Generalversammlung des Synodalen Weges. Herzlich willkommen, liebe Schwestern und Brüder, liebe Damen und Herren, hier in Frankfurt im Kongresscenter und auch all jenen, die im Livestream zugeschaltet sind.
To us on the live stream. Please allow to welcome especially Dr. Sigrid Kleimann. You are going to meet him during the course of these days. Thank you that the Synodal Committee appointed him, and thank you for joining us here today. A couple of days after our first assembly last year in February, Father Bernd Hagenkort, who was a spiritual companion at the time, he was diagnosed with cancer, and I guess that everybody knows that he passed away end of July. We are going to pray with him and for him also tomorrow afternoon during the Eucharist. So before starting with the Liturgy of the Word, I would like to share an information with you on the music. Unfortunately, the concept with regard to hygienic defines that we're not allowed to sing together. This is why we invited Mr. and Mrs. Reulein and their band, and they are going to sing out loud for us. We can sum with them, we can sing in our hearts, and get involved. So let's start the Liturgy of the Word.
Amen. The
text of the liturgy can be found in the manual of the Synodal Assembly at page 50 and following.
Lebendiger Gott, hier sind wir,
God, here we are.
Gott, vor dir.
in front
so
of you,
wie wir sind.
just the way we are.
Du hast zugesagt, in unserer
You
Mitte zu
promised to
sein.
be in our midst.
Hier sind wir,
Here we are,
so wie wir sind.
just the way we are,
Mit unserer Anspannung
with our
und
tension,
unserer Freude,
with our joy,
mit unserer Enttäuschung
with our disappointment,
und unserer Hoffnung,
and our hopes,
mit unserer Sehnsucht
with our longing,
und angewiesen auf dich.
and we depend on you.
Lebendiger Gott, segne unser
God,
Bemühen
bless our efforts for truth,
Wahrheit, Vertrauen,
trust,
Verstehen.
understanding.
Amen.
Aus dem Lukas-Evangelium.
From the Gospel according to Luke.
Danach suchte Jesus
Now after this,
72
the
andere
Lord
aus,
appointed
sandte
72
sie
others
zu
and
zweit
sent them in pairs ahead of him
vor sich her in alle Städte und
to every
Ortschaften,
city
in die
and
selbst
places
gehen
where he
wollte.
himself was going to go.
Sagte zu ihnen,
And he was saying to
die
them,
Ernte ist groß, aber
the
es gibt
harvest
nur
is
wenig
plentiful,
Arbeiter.
but the laborers are few.
Bittet also den Herrn der Ernte,
Therefore
Arbeiter
plead
für
with the
seine
Lord of
Ernte
the harvest to
auszusenden.
send out laborers
Geht.
into his harvest.
Ich sende euch
Go,
wie Schafe
behold,
mitten unter die
I am
Wölfe.
sending you out like lambs in the midst of wolves.
Nehmt keinen Geldbeutel
Carry no money
mit,
belt,
keine Vorratstasche
no bag,
und keine Schuhe.
no sandals,
Grüßt niemand auf
and
dem
greet
Weg.
no one along the way.
Wenn ihr in ein Haus kommt, so sagt
And
als erstes,
whatever house you enter,
Friede
first
diesem
say,
Haus.
peace be to this house.
Und wenn dort ein Mensch des
And if a
Friedens
man
wohnt,
of peace is
wird euer
there,
Friede auf ihn
your
ruhen.
peace will rest upon him.
Andernfalls wird er
But
zu
if
euch
not,
zurückkehren.
it will return to you.
Bleibt in diesem Haus,
Stay in
esst
that
und
house,
trinkt, was man euch
eat and
anbietet,
drink what they
denn wer
provide,
arbeitet, ist
for the
seines
laborer
Lohnes
is
wert.
deserving of his wages.
Zieht nicht von einem Haus
Do
in
not
ein
move
anderes.
from one house to another.
Wenn ihr in eine Stadt kommt
Whatever
und von
city
euch
you
aufnimmt,
enter, and
so
when they
esst, was
receive
man euch
you,
vorsetzt.
eat what is served to you,
Heilt die Kranken,
and
die
heal
dort sind, und
those
sagt
in the
ihnen,
house who are sick,
das Reich
and
Gottes
tell
ist
them,
euch nahe.
the kingdom of God has come near to you.
Es ist alles bereitet. Die Tische stehen, die Hotels sind gemietet.
Everything is prepared.
Die Texte
The
für die
tables are
Führung sind
ready,
geschlossen.
hotels are booked.
1200 Flaschen
Texts
Wasser
are
stehen auf
ready,
den Tischen.
1,200
Es ist
bottles
alles
of water
vorbereitet.
provided.
Und dann
Everything is
der
prepared.
Bibeltext des heutigen Tages.
And then if we look
Nehmt
to
nichts
the text
mit
of the
auf den Weg.
Bible,
Kein Geld, keine
don't carry
Wanderschuhe,
anything
nichts.
with you, no bag, no
Wow, dieser
sandals.
Rahmen und dann dieses
Wow, we're here in this building,
wandercharismatische Evangelium.
and then we listen to
tun wir
this
damit
gospel. What can we
bei
say
unserer
about it?
Synodalversammlung?
What do we do with this text at our Synodal
Riskiert euch.
assembly?
Nehmt nichts mit auf den Weg, geht hinein.
Dare,
Geht dorthin, wo
dare,
ihr
don't take anything with
hingeführt
you.
werdet. Begegnet
Go
den
where
Menschen,
you are
die
led.
euch dort
Meet the
begegnen.
people that you're going to
Traut
meet
euch
there.
hinein in das Ungewisse
Be
und
bold
Unsichere.
and just dare for the
Das ist
unknown.
Grundimpuls
This is
dieser
the basic impetus, the basic
dieses frühkirchlichen
inspiration
Evangeliums.
of this gospel of the early church.
3 plus
And to
1
me, there are three
Wegmarken darin,
things
die mir
plus
für
one
unsere Beratung wichtig
that
scheinen.
are important to me for our
Sie gehen
consultation.
los,
They start
ohne dass sie schon eine schriftlich fixierte Bibel hätten,
without having
ohne
a
dass sie
Bible in
eine lange
writing,
kirchliche Tradition
without
hätten,
looking
aber
back
mit
at
dem,
a
dass sie
long-standing
offenbar von diesem
tradition,
Jesus so viel
but they
mitgekriegt
leave
haben,
with
dass sie wissen, wie er tickt und was
knowing
von ihm
how
in ihnen wirkt.
Jesus feels
Diese
and ticks,
Ausrichtung
so
auf
to
den,
speak, and what he
der
wants
sie
from them.
geschickt hat,
So
ist
they
offenbar so,
are
dass sie damit
directed
losgehen
towards
können
a
und dass
person
von
that
da
sends
etwas
them,
wirkt.
and they
Diese
can just depart.
Ausrichtung
They
auf den,
set out.
der sagt, geht.
They
Und das
rely
Zweite,
on the
dass
one
sie
who sends them.
hingehen, wo sie
And
der
the
Weg
second thing
hinführt,
is
und
they
zwar
will
in
be
diese
going
Welt
where
und an den
they
Ort,
are led.
was
They
ihnen
go
dort
to
begegnet,
where
wissen sie nicht.
they are sent. They
Und
don't
können
know
sie auch
where.
nicht
They
wissen
don't
und
know
müssen
who
sie
they're
auch
going
nicht
to
wissen,
meet, and they
sondern
don't
sie
have
gehen
to know
hinein in
about it.
diese konkrete
They
Welt und in
just
die
move into the
Situation,
specific
mit der
world,
Gastfreundschaft, die
into
sie
a
erfahren,
specific
und mit der Ablehnung, die sie
situation, you
erfahren
know,
werden.
with
Beides ist da,
rejection
ins Ungesicherte
and
hinein.
hospitality that they are going to
Der Sendung
experience.
dessen, von dem
Both
sie
aspects
wissen
are
und
present,
der ihr Herz berührt hat.
relying
Und
on the
beides
one
findet
who
in
touched
ihnen
their hearts.
Resonanz
And there
mit dem, was ihnen zugetraut
is
wird, was in ihnen
everything
wach ist, zum Leben kommt, wie sie
present in
hineingehen,
them,
wie sie vielleicht auch sagen,
relying on the one who
da
sent
sind
them,
Grenzen,
things
da
where
gehe
they
ich jetzt
say,
raus.
you know, that is a limit. I
Vielleicht
will
sind
go away
diese
from
3
here.
Punkte
So these aspects might be important for all of us here. And the fourth aspect is that they are sent in pairs. It's not one person, but there's a dialogue in the pair, exchanging on what they feel in their hearts about the world and what they feel in their hearts about Jesus. 1 week ago, I was asked if I wanted to be part of the spiritual assembly as a spiritual companion. And I was wondering, what is a spiritual process here? What am I going to do? And for me personally, it is important that all life is spiritual. It's a spiritual process. And the question is, how do I take a closer look? What are the spirits that are present? What is coming from the Lord? And what are aspects where I say, no, this is not something that is part of it? So the discernment of the spirits to be directed to Jesus, to be based on his good news, and to move into the world. We are placed in this world. We didn't choose to be here, but we are placed here. And let's take a look at what happens in us, and do that together with others, not only with one other person, but with many others. But we feel that we create also this space of tension, and I hope that this is the dynamic that we can work in and be on the way and on the journey in the synodal path.
Im Schatten der Angst, der Hoffnung trauen, im Nicht mehr und
In
noch
the shadow of
nicht,
fear, trust
zwischen
hope.
gestern und morgen,
In the not more and not
das
yet,
heute
between
bejahen.
yesterday and tomorrow, affirm today.
Grenzen spüren
feel boundaries,
und ihnen erlauben
and allow
zu
them
sein.
to be.
Ahnen, dass
Foreboding
die
that
Zerrissenheit
the rift
uns öffnet für
opens
Neues.
us up to new things.
Der Angst vor
Face
Schwäche
the
und
fear
Versagen
of weakness and failure.
offen ins Auge sehen. Die
A
verheißungsvolle
promising
Zukunft
future,
nicht mit Befürchtungen
unburdened from
erschlagen.
fears.
Schritt für Schritt
Search step by
suchen
step.
und suchen
Search
und
and
weitergehen.
move on.
Uns von Gottes Zumutung wandeln lassen.
And be changed by God.
Wachsam sein für Gottes
Be alert.
Alltägliches. Ich bin da
For God's
für dich.
everyday, I'm there for you.
Im Schatten der Angst,
In the
der
shadow of
Hoffnung
fear,
trauen
trust hope,
und sich Tag
and day
für
by
Tag
day,
entscheiden
choose life.
fürs Leben. Beten wir miteinander das Gebet
Let us
für den
pray
synodalen Weg.
the prayer
Beten
of
wir
the
so,
synodal
dass
path.
die Abschnitte beginnt, die Fensterseite,
Let
Der
us pray
zweite
as
Block dann.
alternating
die
in
Treppenhausseite
two groups
und abwechselnd
here
die letzten
in the
Zeilen dann
plenary.
gemeinsam. Seite 48.
page 48 in our prayer book.
Gott unseres Lebens,
God of our life,
du bist denen nahe,
you're
die
close
dich
to
suchen.
those who
Zu
are
dir
looking for
kommen
you.
wir mit unseren
To you we
Fragen
come
und
with our
unserem
questions
Glauben,
and our faith,
mit unserem Versagen
with our
und
failures
unserer
and our
Schuld,
guilt,
mit unserer
with our
Sehnsucht
longing
und
and
unserer
our hope.
Hoffnung.
Wir danken dir
We thank
für
you
Jesus
for Jesus
Christus,
Christ,
unseren Bruder.
our brother, our friend and our Lord. He is in our midst, wherever we gather in His name. He walks with us on our ways. He shows himself to us in every person that is unwell, in the poor, the oppressed, the victims of violence, the persecuted, and the marginalized. We ask you, send us your creative power, the Holy Spirit, that creates new life. Stand by our church and let it understand the signs of the time. Open our hearts so that we may listen to your word and embrace it with faith. Inspire us to seek the truth with one another. Strengthen our faithfulness to you and keep us in unity with our Pope and the Church. Help us that we make your justice and your mercy tangible. Give us the strength and the courage to set out, to do your will, and to witness your word. You alone are the light that illuminates our darkness. You are the life that conquers violence, suffering, and death. We praise you now and forever. We ask you, Lord, for your blessing for us and for our consultations, for the people with whom and for whom we work, for everybody on your earth. Bless us, keep us, and preserve us.
Jetzt geben wir das Wort an Bischof Betzing.
Now we would like to give the floor to Bishop Betzing and Professor Sternberg of the Synodal Committee. And we would like 2 helping hands or 4 helping hands to carry the cross to the stage, please.
Ja, herzlich willkommen. Wir grüßen Sie,
Welcome.
liebe Mitglieder der Synodalversammlung.
Greetings to you, dear members of the Synodal Assembly, dear advisors, dear observers, dear guests who have found your way to Frankfurt for this important second Synodal Assembly of the Synodal Path. Here in Frankfurt, this city where a few months ago we had a very different but the third ecumenical conference. So this world of tiles with the screens and the chats is certainly great, but I'm glad that we can meet in person again. I am also grateful that we have so many participants. 214 out of 230 are present. That's quite exactly 93%. 2 could not participate due to the pandemic, and others cannot participate due to illness or death in their close environment. I'd especially like to welcome the spiritual companion of the Synodal Path, Maria Boxberg, and Father Dr. Siegfried Kleimann. Father Kleimann will fill the place as spiritual companion of the Synodal Path in his own way, the place which Father Bernd Hagenkort, SJ, left behind after his death, which was so painful for us. We want to remember Father Hagenkort in a special way at tomorrow's Holy Mass. But you, dear Siegfried Kleimann, we wish God's watchful and faithful spirit, that Maria and you will open our hearts when they threaten to become hard, that you will make us listen,
wenn wir Mauern um die eigene Meinung aufbauen,
where we build walls around our own
dass sie uns in ein
opinions,
Miteinander bringt und
that you may bring
dialogfähig
us
macht, wo wir
together and
beginnen,
make us capable
das
of dialogue,
respektvolle
where we
Gespräch
begin to
untereinander
abandon
aufzugeben.
respectful conversation among
Für eure
ourselves.
Tätigkeit gutes Gelingen.
Good luck for your work.
Wir begrüßen sehr herzlich die
We
anwesenden
warmly
Vertreter der
welcome the
Presse,
representatives of the press who are present,
die unseren Weg vom Entschluss der Bischöfe
who
in
have
Lingen
accompanied
2019
our
an über die
journey
erste
from the decision of
Synodalversammlung
the
hier in
bishops in Lingen
Frankfurt im Januar
2019 through the first
2020
Synodal Assembly here in
und über die
Frankfurt in
Zwischenschritte
January
hin
2020 and
und so
through
auch
the
heute
intermediate steps,
immer kontinuierlich gut
continuously
begleitet
and
haben und auch in
mostly
den kommenden 3 Tagen doch sehr
Yeah,
zahlreich hier sind.
will be
Vielen
present
Dank
again
für Ihr
today
Engagement.
and in large numbers over the next 3 days. Thank you very much for your
Wir
commitment.
begrüßen auch Sie,
And we also
Gläubige
welcome
und
you,
Interessierte,
dear
die Sie
faithful
uns
and
an
dear interested
digitalen
parties who are
Endgeräten
following
unsere zweite
us on
Synodalversammlung des
digital
synodalen Wegs
devices via
über
live stream
Livestream oder Social
or
Media
social
Plattformen
media
verfolgen.
platforms.
Vertrauen wir
Let us
auf den guten Geist
trust
von
in the
Frankfurt,
good spirit of
der Ende vorigen
Frankfurt
Jahres,
that was
man hat
felt
fast den Eindruck,
at the end of
vor einer halben
January last
Ewigkeit, so
year.
viel hat sich da
That's
verändert,
nearly an
so viel
eternity
anders
ago.
war in
So
den
many
letzten
things have
1,5
changed
Jahren.
over
Ende
the
Januar vorigen
past
Jahr
1.5
spürbar wurde. Wir
years.
stehen hier unter einer wachen,
We
aufmerksamen,
are under
auch
close,
internationalen Beobachtung.
even international
Man möchte
observation.
wissen,
People
ob uns ein
want to
synodales
know
Miteinander
whether we will
in der
be
Kirche gelingt.
successful in
Wir freuen uns
synodal
über diese
cooperation in the
internationale Wirkung.
church. And we are glad to have this
Especially a warmly
international
welcome to
impact.
those who are following us right now on the English live stream. Hopefully our discussion and votes will make clear our intention to find steps and ways for a credible proclamation of the gospel of Christ in our country.
Dear Synod members, for various reasons we do not meet in quiet times, and our task ahead in the coming days could be easier, simpler. For example, we are still in the situation of a pandemic that is unprecedented by our standards and which threatens the lives of many people all over the globe, which continues to restrict the usual social life and which has brought the question of what is really important into focus in you. Due to COVID-19, we had to postpone the Second Synodal Assembly twice and instead took intermediate steps, which we believe have been very fruitful. At the regional conferences on the 4th of September 2020 in Berlin, Dortmund, Frankfurt, Ludwigshafen and Munich, and at the online conference of the Synodal Path on the 4th and 5th of February 2021, we were not able to hold consultation and votes in the formal sense, but the feedback from the synodal forums and also the abundance of the drafts now submitted clearly show how valuable and directional the consultations were. 3 basic texts, 11 action texts, as well as a preamble and an orientation text have emerged from the journey so far and await our referral in the next 3 days. The Holy Father, in his invitation for the global synodal path, said those are not texts. We are speaking of dreams. And I would like to tell him, Holy Father, we are not working on texts. We are writing down dreams that should be allowed to grow. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all the members of the Synodal Forums who have taken on their responsibility for the Synodal Path, who have dedicated their time to the drafting of texts, and who have voted on and presented them in a democratic process. And I would like to firmly reject the accusations of some that their contributions were not heard or even deliberately ignored in a methodical way, just because they hold a different opinion. I would like to remind you that every member of the Synodal Assembly and every member of the Synodal Forums have an equal voice, and that the various procedures used, for example, for voting on proposals, do not favor or disadvantage anyone. The participation in the Synodal path, or at the latest in the Synodal forums, is based on free decision, personal commitment, and acceptance of the choice, and in the case of the episcopal members, approval of this path. Thus, the agreed procedural ways were also agreed to, even if one might have preferred a different statute oneself. The fact that in the run-up to the Second Synodal Assembly, similar to the online conference, accusations of unfair treatment are being spread from different directions, especially in the Synodal forums, I personally find it antisocial and unsynodal. In conversation with many members of the Synodal forums, I often experience what it means to seek frank answers to the situation, to weigh up arguments, and beyond the exchange of opinions, to come to decisions. I am happy to repeat the request made by Bishop Betzing and myself at the online conference to adhere to the agreed procedures and to help develop the process in a constructive manner. We have given ourselves statutes and rules of procedure, and we adhere to these. It is up to us and our discipline whether these days will be a success or whether we will have to expose ourselves again to the reproach of only conducting a discussion process. The signals that have reached us from Rome in the past 6 months also make us come here to Frankfurt with ambivalent feelings. On the one hand, Pope Francis has made the theme of synodality, participation and mission the central theme of a worldwide synodal path that will begin in a few days. A synodal path at the level of the universal church, which is to be walked with the entire people of God. Who would have thought that at the beginning of our synodal path? Certainly, participatory elements were already present in the run-up to the Youth and Family Synod, but a worldwide consultation in all dioceses, nations and continents is a new level of participation of all the baptized in the mission of the Church. What forces this impulse for now 2-year Synod of Bishops will unleash cannot be foreseen at present by anybody. For us, however, it is a signpost to continue working on the fields of work we have started and to bring our synodal experiences and results into this worldwide process. During a visit to Rome, I was able to have few discussions and explore ways in which we can contribute, also together with other countries that are on the way with their own synodal processes, how we can contribute to the universal church movement. And it becomes very clear that we are not alone. It's not a special way that is walked by the Germans. It's not questions that only pertain to Germany. Other synods and other councils work on similar questions. Speaking with ambassadors from European countries, I had invited for a joint discussion, and that met with a lot of interest in our synodal path, and the subjects I presented were met with a lot of interest, and this encouraged me. And maybe I can tell you that last week I received an email, and first I thought it was a fake mail. It was a mail by the earlier Irish Prime Minister who said, "Be brave, be bold, tackle those subjects. They concern all of us in Europe. Those subjects are dear to people's hearts, and they will be decisive when it comes to seeing whether future is possible in the church or not." When I read in the preparation documents for this universal or worldwide synodal path, it said that it's a reason to be hopeful that a lot of churches have started consultation processes. I was delighted, but on the other hand, other other words are reaching us from Rome. Our current assembly is also taking place at a time when personnel decisions taken in Rome are moving us violently. Sexual abuse or violence was consciously or unconsciously encouraged, or it was even covered up. In other words, from today's perspective, serious mistakes were made in the handling and processing of the terrible cases of sexual abuse by members of the clergy in the Catholic Church. The acting persons, their motives and the backgrounds are different. But, well, resignations were being offered, decisions about the future were handed over into the hands of the Holy Father, or nothing of the kind was done. The decision is always the same: to remain in office. I say it openly, it is not only incomprehensible for the victims of sexualized violence when personal and systemic failure have been revealed by external reports and no consequences are drawn by those responsible. Bewilderment, helplessness, anger and disappointment are reactions to the refusal to back up these consequences, even through resignations. The mood in the midst of our congregations is one of outrage and anger. Many will agree with Ms. Beck's formulation or wording in today's Zeit newspaper when she describes herself as weary, tired and angry at the same time. The events of the last few weeks, she said, have been grueling and frustrating. But, dear Synod members, she adds, now more than ever, let's get on with it. That's what we want on the synodal path here today, and it is not an abuse of the abuse if bishops, as well as faithful, clergy and all the baptized and confirmed walk a common path of repentance and renewal out of the shock of knowledge about the causes. And so we are here today to take those steps which should help to ensure that in future abuse of various kinds can be prevented, at least structurally. We have the opportunity, detached from individual cases, to discuss aspects of content and the shape of the Church of tomorrow, and to vote in this regard, in order to help our Church to discard toxic structures so as to better correspond to its proclaiming and sacramental nature, so that finally in evangelization, and that is the transformation of society, the Church and ourselves in accordance with the Gospel, to see His light is brightly visible on the countenance of the Church, as the Council formulated it 57 years ago. Justice for those affected who have a right to credible reappraisal, and also thereby to be able to be credible witnesses again, to fall on open ears when we speak in such a changed world about what and who carries our lives. That is our primary aim. And we are of course aware that, especially after last Friday's announcement, we cannot simply move on to the day-to-day business of the synodal path, which, well, this business, as you have certainly seen, is full to bursting. Therefore, we want to enter into a conversation with you about responsibility and trust. We will now take an hour in order to do so, and we have asked Dr. Martina Kreidler-Koos to share some introductory thoughts with us right away, which will be followed by a speech by Johannes Norpold of the advisory of a Victims Advisory Council, and then we will have a general debate. After that, we can probably turn our attention to the agenda of the Synodal Path that has been presented. We have also been guided in this approach by the wish of a man, a person who's member of the Victims Advisory Council, Johannes Norpold, and we hope that you as an assembly will join us in this wish. On the 25th of of September, Johannes Norpot, following a response on Facebook to the statement of several synod members who had expressed their discomfort and rejected a transition to routine business. Of course, I can understand all people who are perplexed in the context of the decisions and non-decisions from Rome and the Bishops' Conference, who are irritated by statements of bishops or other dignitaries in our church, and who, with a view to the Synodal Assembly next week, feel the desire not to go over to business as usual there, but to reflect on the many things. It may come as a surprise, but I see it differently. For me, the events of the last weeks are further reasons why there must be the synodal path. Rome, the German Bishops' Conference, but also the bishops concerned have already proved through their actions or inactions that there is no way around changes, and it is our task to ensure that there is no way around it. And he continues to write, if I, as a person affected, could wish for something from the Synodal Assembly, it would be this: to continue on the path we have taken with all our strength and determination, and to set clear signs for the future. And this also includes being focused on the upcoming work and agenda. Yes, I do understand everyone who is desperate and stunned by the current events, who is struggling for words and ways forward. But I personally agree with Adolf Kolping. The future belongs to God and to the brave, so let us be brave together. Thank you, Mr. Norpot, for this support. Before I give the floor to Martina Kreidler-Coes, I would like to thank Professor Notel and Auxiliary Bishop Theising, Ms. Heim, and Auxiliary Bishop Benz, as well as Ms. Norpot and Father Berenson, for their willingness to guide us through the session these days. 3 teams of facilitators. And I would like to ask Professor Notel to start with the debate I have announced in order to check whether this is met with approval.
Thank you very much. We were happy to take on this task, with quite some tension, because we know that this is a major task that we are going to try to discuss in the upcoming 60 minutes. It's important to give space to this topic, even though we know that we have a packed agenda. So we ourselves are looking forward to what is going to happen in the next hour here, and what we're going to discuss with each other, and what is going to come up in our exchange. As Bishop Betzing just said, we would like to ask for your agreement, because we changed our agenda, we changed our program, adding in this hour. Maybe by show of hands, you will have a later dinner, but we provided you with a little snack on your table. So do you agree that we change our programs, that we discuss for an hour, and then continue with our official agenda and have our dinner break at 8:30? I see a lot of green cards. So I think we can consider this as a sign of approval. Thank you so much. I think this is an important point for our Synod Assembly, and I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Martina Kreidler-Coes. Thank you so much. This letter has been in the drawers for quite a while now. Do you remember? You all remember probably, Pope Francis wrote it to us in June 2019 on the occasion of this adventure that we are undertaking together. And I know that the interpretation of this letter is something that is hard fought over. And my interpretation is only one among many. But I think that is all right, because after all, the letter went to me, just as it went to you, of course, to the pilgrim people of God in Germany. And I'm happy to count myself among that people. So I'm taking out that letter out of my drawer because one half sentence in particular has been on my mind ever since. It is taken from the end of the letter, where the Pope says, I quote, "If the Lord deems us worthy to live this hour," end of quote. If the Lord deems us worthy to live this hour, roughly translated, it means God in heaven knows that things are quite tough here at the moment, in this time, in this church, in this country. We are struggling with so many challenges, and some of them even come directly from Rome. I don't know about you, but I'm irritated by these messages again and again. I have to recollect myself. I have to protect my joy, and oftentimes I'm just speechless. And being speechless, this is something that we feel everywhere, in our communities, in our dioceses, in our empty pews and churches. But we are here. We are living here and now, to use the wording of the Pope. We are placed into this hour. And thus we are here, all of us. And we are obviously entrusted with creating and shaping this hour. The Lord deems us worthy for that, precisely you and me. He has no other people than us. And as faithful, we may say, he, she, does not even want any others either. This creative task might be understood as a kind of leap of faith by God. You are the people in whom I place my hope. And that's a whole lot of trust and a whole lot of responsibility too. And this is why I'm delighted that here today, in this hour, in this moment, we have this opportunity here in the Congress Center in Frankfurt to take on our responsibility and activate it. I'm grateful and happy that there are so many people here, and I hope that everybody is fully awake, motivated, knowing that it is on us now. This leap of faith by God might strengthen us in all the difficulties and the hard work that we are up to on our necks. But of course, that doesn't solve everything. We'll still continue to argue, rub our eyes, shake our heads, if not sometimes lash out. What else might be supportive for us beyond that? Because after all, this is really about something. This is about the face of a God-centered and people-friendly church. This is about the question of whether we are able, in the face of the monstrous experiences of abuse, to stop at all levels, to turn around, to change direction, to repent, to find new territory, and to have the courage to look at it and, in the end, to live in it. So what else could help? Those who know me know that I'm a Franciscan woman. And so I brought something from this spiritual treasure. We celebrate Francis on Monday. In the so-called Mirror of Perfection, a Franciscan source from the late 13th century, there it says, Francis ponders often with what qualities and what strength, what virtue, a good and indeed a perfect Friar Minor must be adorned. That means in his context, he considers intensively about how a Christian woman should be. Somebody who pleases God completely. This is indeed a category that is particularly close to Francis' heart, to be a person in whom God can take pleasure. And he racks his brain in search of an answer. Who is, how is the perfect brother or the perfect sister? And all of a sudden, it falls like scales from his eyes. The perfect brother, and this is a quote, is the one who has the faith of Brother Bernhard, the simplicity and guilelessness of his dearest brother Leo, the courtesy of Brother Angelo, the beauty, in fact, of Brother Maceo, the ability to be so deeply moved like Brother Egidio, the perseverance of Brother Rufino, the patience of Brother Junipero, the vigor, physically and spiritually, of Brother Giovanni, the capacity for love of Brother Rogerio, and the inner restlessness of Brother Lucido. Francis suddenly realizes the perfect brother, the perfect sister, this is what we can only be together. And so let's come back to us. We all bring something that cannot be dispensed with here. That's wonderful. That's great. But it also means each and every one of us, we know that we don't understand each other sometimes, because we not only have strong suits, but also weaknesses. And please believe me, more than one time, I would have, shaken one or the other person here. None of what we do here and what we bring our gifts to is a one-man show or something for soloists. Nothing of what we do here can happen without a dispute. God in heaven puts his trust in all of us, and for that matter, in all the people out there as well. It is about the future. I think we're all clear about that. But it is, as Bishop Betzing said, it is about a committed, about a future that we fight for, that we dream about. But in any way, in any case, it is not about just making it through this time, but this hour that we are placed in now, to be bold, to be with vigor, and to shape things with vigor. And on the basis of mutual respect, we always need a critical perspective, a different perspective, a constructive corrective, as we call it. Fertility is more than harmony. And on this note, for this hour that is waiting for us, fire at will. Thank you so much for this contribution. While Johannes Norput is on his way to the stage, I have the lovely task. Oh, yeah, there he is. Sorry, I just need to continue and to tell people how it works with the speakers list. You have this little device in front of you. You can just play with it, and if you press the button with the little OK, you can click on it, and we decided in the committee that we will limit the speaking time to 2 minutes, and if you can do with less than 2 minutes, that would be even more wonderful. So with regard to the time frame, please don't comment too long, just to make sure that many people can share their perspective. Johannes Norput, ladies and gentlemen, dear Synod members, finally we can meet back here in person. I'm so happy to be able to speak to you here in this hall, and I'm grateful that this is one of the first contributions at the second Synodal Assembly, a speaker, a member of the Victims Advisory Council. And let me put it very clear, in the face of the discussions of the last weeks, we don't feel instrumentalized by the synodal path. We don't feel instrumentalized by the topics that are tackled in the forums, and we don't feel instrumentalized by the form of the discussion. Repeatedly, people had the concern that sexual abuse might be instrumentalized in this context in order to reshape the Catholic Church, and that focusing on the MHG study on systemic reasons and motives for abuse in the context of the Catholic Church is not something that is needed. And in the face of the first posts, of the first minutes of this assembly, it's no harm if all the members also take a look at the danger that the victims affected by sexual abuse might be instrumentalized again, because this danger is real whenever it comes to interests of power. But here and today, I would like to counterbalance these concerns with some perspective. There are a high number of affected people in whose life the publication of the MHG study in 2018 after the revelations in 2010 has become a very important point in time for their own identification as a victim and also for their way of expressing themselves in this context. So one of those people is standing in front of you and is speaking to you. So the experience that finally we are not speaking about the failures of individuals, but speak about the systemic reasons, this is a sign of hope for many people. There are many different contexts with criticisms with regard to the procedures of the reappraisal, of prevention of sexual abuse in the context of the Catholic Church, in the context of our Catholic Church. So the reappraisal and the compensations and the discussions in this context, provide also difficulties with regard to the perspective of the people affected. For us as victims and people affected, the systemic reasons are plausible because they are to show the manifold context that we experienced in our past. And allow me to remind you of some of those contexts at the backdrop of the first electronic posts that have been submitted already. Many of us experienced priests who, at the backdrop of a sexual teaching that is negating the sexual identity way up to their adult experience, were abused because they projected things on them, or they suffered by educators who, in the context of the church, used the misused and abused the people that were entrusted to them. Many of us were affected by speaking to priests and sharing with them intimate details of their lives, being abused by them for their own sexual pleasure. They experienced people in the church who abused their trust and abused their status in order to cover up sexual abuse behind celibacy and priestly functions and spiritual leadership. Or they were facing superiors who were able to use their power in order to get closer to the people and close to people in a sexual way, and to patronize them in their spiritual journey. They were exposed to men in the church who considered themselves as an icon of Jesus Christ, and they were representing themselves and considering themselves as representatives of Jesus Christ in what form ever. And still, many people with their own personal fate depend on bishops who, at the backdrop, at a theological identification in the context of their ministry, are not able to reconsider their responsibility, be it their own responsibilities or the responsibilities of the priest that they are responsible for. I could continue that list. And this is why this, and because that list is endless, we need a systemic approach. What we experienced is a multi-layer experience, and you cannot reduce it to individual perpetrators. And there are many different types of abuse, and every system has to do their own homework. Family, sports associations, schools. In many different contexts of our society, the reappraisal, compensation, and prevention just started, and sometimes people still avoid it. But exactly this does not dispense the Catholic Church and does not dispense all of us from our own task to take a look at the systemic reasons. We have to do our homework in the context of compensation, prevention, and reappraisal. We should not look to the right or to the left, because this cannot apologize and say, hey, look at them, they don't do anything. Look at the Lutheran Church, they don't have celibacy, and their people suffer from abuse as well. This does not mean that we don't have to tackle these topics. And this is why we are all here. We continue to be on our way, on the synodal journey, on the synodal path, and also those affected are part of it. We contribute with regard to the argumentation of this event in the different synodal forums. And Bishop Betzing, I never thought that a Facebook post might be part of the opening of a synodal path. I will tell you more about the context. Thank you so much for doing that. And the quote of Adolf Kolping, who is very dear to me, and he was a blessed priest. So this is a category that people might ponder about. He was beatified, so the future is for God and those who are courageous. And I wanted to tell you, I would ask you, all of you, at this weekend, be bold, be courageous. At the first row, we have victims present here. Some of them are here for the first time. They are courageous. And I expect of this synodal path to be courageous. I expect it from the synodal path. I don't hope for courage. I expect courage. I don't ask for courage. Dear synod members, allow me at this point to say the time for begging and asking is over. 11 years now after the first strong waves of the abuse, the time for begging and asking is over with regard to those affected. And this is my hope and my expectation to you. So let us be courageous together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Short note regarding our speakers list, who has the right to speak, when and where. All synod members, all members of the Synodal Assembly, may take the floor. Then on my left-hand side, there are quite many observers from the individual forums. They may speak up when a text concerns their forum, and the guests also have the right to speak. They can enter their names on the speakers list. Another note, maybe some of you might have asked themselves why there's the red and the green cards. That's not the standard equipment of all Synod members, but if you're interested, you can get them. The BDKJ has them, so if you don't have them in front of you. Okay, so I saw Bishop Koch on the speakers list, first of all. Okay, greetings to everybody. I'm delighted to be here with you. Well, the Synodal Committee in the beginning raised the questions of assessing the actions taken by the Holy Father. I don't want to speak about this. I find this quite difficult. It is totally clear that each and every one of us might express their opinion regarding the decision taken by the Holy Father. But I would kindly like to ask to also pave the way to those who might not be representatives of the generally accepted opinion, maybe. And it's a deep conviction, with deep conviction that some people voiced their opinion. They said, okay, this is our opinion. And my question is now, is it the task of the Synodal Committee to make a judgment regarding those who have a different opinion? So there might be many who say, I need a lot of courage now if I want to speak against what has been put forward first by the Synodal Committee. So please also give the floor to those who are in a minority position, even though the Synodal Committee made its direction quite clear. Thank you, Archbishop Koch. I think there's one response by Bishop Betzing here. Well, then the Synodal Committee feels that it was misunderstood. We opened the discussion with regard to the atmosphere. We didn't fix anything, but that there is irritation and a bafflement. Outrage is something that we have seen over the past few weeks. So our idea is simply to open up the space for each possible position in this regard. Everything else, well, you might interpret would be a misunderstanding. Thank you, Bishop Betzing. Well, we can be of different opinions. However, in the vote just a moment ago, we saw that the majority wants to tackle this subject. Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you. Then Gregor Potschen is our next speaker. Thank you. Gregor Potschen, BDJK chair. Why are we talking about this topic? Well, because the system worked. There were neglects of duty, cover-ups by the system, and the people who were responsible are still in office. They were confirmed in their positions by the Pope, and it's a system we need to change. And this is why I would like to plead in favor of measuring up against the MHG study, because it clearly names the risk factors of sexualized violence. And we will have to see whether these risk factors can be, actually eliminated. And I think we have great texts for that. And I thank all of those who have drafted these texts. That must be our primary aim. But I want to say, if the signs from Rome will continue to be that they do not understand that there are systemic reasons, we must think about a way to prevent this suffering in Germany, because ethically, morally, or theologically speaking, it is simply not possible that we continue allowing people to be hurt like that, even though Rome might not support us. It's the suffering of the victims that must guide us. And there are also other people, like people who are not correspond to the gender binary, homosexuals, who have been affected by violence from the church. And this is why we need to vote together. We need to vote in order to prevent the sexualized violence in the future, to eliminate the risk factors. And if people want to vote against certain texts because they do not correspond to their opinion, I would like to tell them, in this case, you do not only vote against those texts, you vote in favor of the church being able to allow or enable violence. And please think about it very thoroughly, whether it can be done with a good conscience. I would like to check the speakers list. We have 14 people who would like to speak up, and we have 30 minutes left. So we will have to close the speakers list in a few minutes in order to keep up with our time schedule. Auxiliary Bishop Gorgans is next. I'll keep it short and sweet, dear sisters and brothers. I'm glad that we have this debate now. It brings us back to the starting point of the synodal path. And I am grateful that the synodal committee has enabled us to have this debate. Thank you. And Konstantin Bishop is next. My name is Konstantin Bishop of the Professional Association. Yes, the MHG study is our foundation, the structures that make the abuse of power possible. And we have four topics, or four synodal forums. One of them is priestly existence today. I've seen very clearly that with regard to priestly existence, another question needs to be put on the table. That's the fundamental question of episcopal existence. I think that after the decisions in the past few weeks, we have to rethink about the tasks of bishops and how this office can be filled with life. Episcopal or priestly existence, priestly existence includes episcopal existence. And I think we need to ask this question. We do not need another forum. We do not need to change our rules of procedure or our statutes, but I do think that many people in this country are asking themselves this question: how, with regard to the decisions of the past few weeks that have created a lot of uncertainties, a lot of unclarities regarding the tasks and mission or functions of bishops. It is important because bishops who are in office and without, sometimes knowing whether they still want it, and bishops who are, so to speak, sitting in between two chairs and are not able to fulfill their tasks anymore. And we need bishops who do fulfill their tasks. This is why this topic is so important. How can the episcopal office be filled with life and experience today? Thank you, Mr. Bischof. And Father Christoph Ottenreiter is next. Well, I've read the Cologne expertise, and I'm asking myself whether the public actually is angry about, that the Pope didn't accept the resignation of Bishop Hazing, whether they have read the expertise. It's not about covering up. It's about breaking certain duties. And of course, things need to be questioned with regard to their effectiveness. But I think it's problematic that bishops cannot step back or resign without the Pope accepting it. It's a systemic problem, certainly. But I think in this specific case, the Pope's decision was right because there were no breaches of a duty that were too significant. And I would like to hear of Cardinal Marx what his offer of resignation was. Was it a question of trust that was raised, or does he simply no longer want to continue? Thank you. Well, there might be the opportunity within the next minutes to talk about that. If we look at the speakers list, we see who is going to speak next. It's Gudrun Lux. Okay, I have to contain myself in order not to answer the last question, even though this is difficult to me because there were quite a lot of publications. Well, let's start with what I wanted to say. I've come with more anger inside than love, with more desperation than hope. And I do hope that Saturday when I leave, I will feel differently. At the moment, my desperation is bigger. My desperation regarding things such a journalist asking a cardinal, how do you want to win back people's trust again? And the cardinal simply turns around and just walks away. So he simply walks away, and this gives you the impression that he doesn't care about people trusting people of the church. And this is the impression many people have of the church. And many people do no longer care about the church because so many things have happened. How many breaches of duty may a member, a dignitary, actually commit, then take a sabbatical of 1 year and continues to work afterwards, getting fully paid, as if nothing had happened. Quod licet Jovi, non licet bovi, as we say in Latin. The big guys may do some things, and the small people are not allowed to do some things. Dear brothers and sisters, we do not want this to continue. This church of brothers and sisters, Church of Jesus Christ, where did this church go? If it's just in the world around us, the big guys can simply do what they want, and the small guys are punished. This is the impression we are getting of the church, the impression people are getting. I have to tell you, okay, just one sentence. Yes, I want reconciliation, but you need a credible repentance first before being able to reconcile. And it's difficult to see this.
Thank you for this contribution. There's one more opportunity to get on the speakers list, and then we are going to close the speakers list for this round, because otherwise we will lose too much time. Lukas Hörthat has the floor. I would like to remind us of two things. We are here because we have the MHG study, and it showed that the system favors abuse, and we don't want to continue like that. Rome does not want personal consequences, and I would like to remind you that you, dear bishops, invited us, but you don't contribute much. I was standing outside earlier, and many of you just passed. Many took a detour. I don't care if you use the button on your coat, but if you don't manage to talk to us, please talk, contribute and commit, because otherwise, we should not continue this way, this journey. Ulrike Gülken-Husmann. Yes, I'm the spiritual companion in the Catholic Women's Association of Germany. I would like to raise the voices of many women in our association, women from the midst of our parishes who during the last days shared their anger, their disappointment, and their speechlessness with regard to the decisions made in Rome. I speak on their behalf for the women who are in despair with regard to their church, who don't know if they're still a part of it and want to be a part of it, who experience discrimination again and again and other things. And on the other hand, I would like to speak on behalf of the 400,000 women in our association. We here need to get to work. You know, we have double standards. We heard about that before. We have to stop that. We need to deal with the action texts and we need to vote for them unanimously if possible. And we, our association, expect from the bishops to implement those resolutions and texts as soon as possible. We want to contribute to the renewal of our church. We don't have much time. Katharina of Siena, you know, the patron of the Day of the Female Deacons on April 28, said, "The hour is precious. Don't wait for another opportunity." Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Güppen-Wissmann. I would like now to give Viola Kohlberger the floor. I would like to refer to the post that Bishop Betzin mentioned, and Johannes Norport commented on it. It was my post that I posted 5 days ago, and with the headline, "I don't know how to go on. I don't know how to deal with the news that Wölki Schwaderlapp and the others stay in office. I don't know if I want to meet those people in Frankfurt within a week's time." For a couple of days, I wasn't sure if I want to be here. Well, I was sure that I wanted to be here, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to enter this assembly, talk to people, and want to talk to people and discuss with people, knowing that they want to protect the system, that they want to protect the church, and that they don't focus on people. Let me add to what Lukas Musa just said, because I was standing outside of the door also and tried to speak to many people, and I told them we need to focus on people in our church. We need to be committed to them, and this is the reason why I opted to come back here today, because I know this is a major opportunity for us to represent many young people who want to commit and contribute to the church, who love the church, who are faithful, who are Catholic. And I don't want to do without, but they don't want to continue living in this system. They want to see a change. This is why I'm here, in order to talk to all of you, in order to strive for change, bring about change together in dialogue. And I expect, and I add to what we just heard, I expect a self-commitment of the bishops. You know, we can talk about the context, but this has to happen, because otherwise we don't have to continue speaking here, and I don't want to come back next time, because it wouldn't make sense without it. Ms. Kohlberger, wow, that was precisely 2 minutes. Bishop Overbeck. Dear brothers and sisters, with regard to the task of our forum, power and separations of powers, you know, I would like to mention 3 perspectives that we all need to tackle. First, the relationship between a tolerance for mistakes with regard to the mistakes that everybody makes who takes on responsibility, and mistakes that require a resignation of any office. I think that is one of the important questions that we all need to deal with here. Second, I'm very clear that there's a personal guilt and there's systemic guilt. And again, the same question: What about the relationship between to decide about personal guilt and systemic guilt, and what are the consequences? And the third question I'm asking myself is as follows. What about the relationship between responsibility and trust? Trust is something that happens in relationship, but trust also. Responsibility also. Many bishops and people looked away and didn't say anything, even though they know that there was abuse. They have a responsibility also. We know that many people did not speak up in public, did not say, hey, we need to speak up. What about their responsibility? Because, I take on my responsibility as a bishop, but I also ask for the responsibility of other people. And I ask about the trust that we put in you and the trust that you put in us. This is why I believe that the days that we will spend together here need to serve this field of tension and need to make sure that we gain credibility. Thank you, Bishop Overbeck. Professor Söding. During the last days, we realized how trust was lost. It was dramatic. It is not only about the abuse. It is not only about covering up abuse. We have now a new problem with dealing with uncovered mistakes. What is the main problem? With obvious mistakes. So we are talking about procedures that are artificial. Of course, the relationship of the bishops to the Pope is basic for the Church. But what about the parishes? What about being accountable with regard to the parishes? In Catholic Church, are we set up in a way? Do we have the structures, not only the ethos, but also the structure and the organization that it is obvious for leaders to be held accountable vis-à-vis those that they serve? If that is accurate, we need structural decisions. And then I'm grateful for Johannes Nordput, who said, from the reappraisal of abuse, we need to come up with a reform agenda. Thank you, Professor Söding. Professor Hemel is next. Thank you. Ulrich Hemel, chair of the Association of Catholic Entrepreneurs, and we don't deal every day with abuse. We have different opinions, and we participated in the Synodal path with joy, and we learn also to deal with courage and disappointment. We also learned altogether that the topic of sexual abuse is not only a topic for priests and other responsible, but that it was also families and parishes who looked away. And this is why my plea is about making together an experience that we are a church together. It is difficult, of course, because we are very different. We need to face also controversies, and there's add to that another dimension. We write texts. We are used to speak about texts, but this is not something that is easy for all people and for all the Christians. And during vacation, I came up with the idea that we might to look for a form of expression that moves beyond texts. And we look back to many resources in the church. This is why I believe that we should find a form for the sadness, for the grief, for the disappointment, for the shame that we all experience. And I look for a liturgical form of expression, and I believe that we can make a pilgrimage of repentance, organized by the Synodal Path for all of Germany. Bishops and non-ordained Christians, men and women, in order to set a sign for solidarity with the victims. But it would also be a strong sign for the aliveness of the church, and that we can still act, because we are not alone. We are church together. This is my plea, and please consider this.
Thank you very much. Let me just point out that certainly some of the ideas and proposals that are made here will be collected by us, and at the end, the Synodal Committee will give first feedback. So this hour of debate is about, what is on the table, what are the next steps, and what can we do. Esther Göbel has the floor now. Esther Göbel for the Association of Pastoral Workers. In my forum and in other discussions, I see a lot of agreement with regard to the content, agreement through or by bishops, theologians, and also lays. And I also see a formal solidarity amongst bishops. However, content is more important than a position somebody holds. Let's stand up for those who, are not a member of a certain position or class. And I need your solidarity, a sign of your solidarity, that you are bishops for us and not for yourselves. Dr. Ani, you have the floor. Megani, Federal Pastoral Council of Catholics of different mother tongues. Well, when I hear this discussion, what I am lacking or missing here is a voice from the middle. Sexualized violence, cover up. Those are dreadful things that have done harm to the church and to the people enormously. However, our faith is based on charity, reconciliation. And if reconciliation and repentance is being asked for, we as Christians must forgive. Jesus Christ showed it to us even when he was on the cross. But let's talk about something else. The Christian community is not a party political body. It's not the sector of the economy. It's not about profit and loss here. The Christian Catholic Church is a spiritual body, so to speak. We are speaking about being brothers and sisters, about charity, and Jesus Christ asked us to follow his example. Forgiveness is not a weakness. It's a testimony to our identity as Christians, and it is courageous to forgive. Maybe my opinion is a minority opinion here, but I'd like to remind you that I come from this group of Catholics of different mother tongues, and well, 16 to 20% is our numbers in Germany. So maybe let's try to be Christian, try to be courageous, and steer towards reconciliation. Thank you. Bishop Fürst is next. Dear Synod members, dear sisters, dear brothers, I am deeply concerned by the situation that our church has gotten into, and about what brought her into this situation. And I can tell you that I am personally suffering from it a lot. The Episcopal office has been damaged, and the structures of our church do not live up to what they promised, salvation for people. I am willing and ready to argue with you about it. even to have a dispute. But I am worried that we might lose each other if we do not pay attention, if we are not careful. Ms. Kreidler-Kos used the interesting words when she said that we can only be perfect brothers and sisters together, not against each other. And in this sense, I would like to invite us to be perfect sisters and brothers, not in a false harmony, not by, not daring to have a dispute or to make, to play things down. But still, let's stay with each other in this room or in our church in Germany. But let's stay together, let's not give each other up, also in the context of the universal church. Sisters and brothers, for me as a bishop, my central task and is to serve unity in our church. Just to remind you of the time, you have 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Wait, I simply wanted to say that I'm worried and concerned about us, like giving up on each other. And I would like to ask people who claim that people who have a different opinion simply accept sexual violence. This is something I would say is not true. Okay, there will be a lot of discussion over the next days. Cardinal Marx, I think you are next. Dear Synod members, I would like to build up on what Bishop Fürst said. I understand my service as a service of unity, but this goes beyond the unity of the German Bishops' Conference. I need the unity of the pilgrim people of God and beyond. Just as Gebhard Fürst said, how do we find unity? It is not a given thing. Unity, or feeling unified, is a process, just like the synodal process. It needs a willingness to question your own position. In Fratelli Tutti, the Pope says dialogue means to meet again at a new level and not simply pushing your own position forward. And this is something I ask of our synodal path. Yes, we need to find unity at the end of the day, but we need a willingness to trust each other and to question our own position. And this also goes, or is true for us bishops and those who hold a certain position. And it needs to the majority to understand what the minority wants as well. Resignations have been mentioned. Well, those of you who have read my text certainly understand what I have said. There's nothing to add. What is important to me is that there's the two aspects, the personal responsibility. I've been a bishop for 25 years now, and I can tell you, I cannot tell you that I have done everything right all the time, but have I seen the victims? Have I taken interest? Yes, especially since 2010. But I have had reasons to say that it is clear that I have an institutional responsibility as well, also for events that happened before my time as a bishop. And, I have spoken about it in public. Dear Cardinal, 2 minutes are over. But just one more sentence. How can we do it better? I can refer to what Mr. Söding said. I think we need a more open or transparent way to speak about these things in order to take responsibility towards each other. And I think this is also included in the concept of separation of powers. Thank you. Dr. Lücking-Michel, please. Thank you. I am glad to be able to take the floor here. I have voiced my opinion in public before. It's a question of fairness, but it's also about content here. Together with Bishop Overbeck, I'm heading the forum Power and Separation of Powers, and we have seen over the past few days that there have been a lot of practical examples that show how necessary change is and the procedures that we need when it comes to the question of resignations that are being offered or were being offered and the decision taken by Rome. I see that there's no transparency, no criteria, no inclusion of the faithful, and no means to compare the results. And it makes so clear that we need the synodal path and changes. A lot of proposals have been put forward, and I would like to emphasize that there are the two aspects: personal guilt and responsibility, but also structural grievances or defects that need to be tackled. And all this can only happen with the self-commitment of all the present bishops here. And if we work in this way, we see that there's still a great level of trust in our bishops, in our shepherds. However, the proposals put forward need to be taken seriously in order to strengthen our trust into the synodal process and the synodal path. Thank you.
Dann rufe ich Frau Henschke auf.
Ms. Henschke is next. Please use the microphone.
Entschuldigung.
I'm sorry.
Ja,
Sarah Henschke is my name, a professional association of workers at parish level. And we had talked about the homeworks that need to be done before, and the question of a voice from the middle was raised. And in this room, I think a lot of people are parents, or they are uncles or aunts, they have nieces or nephews. Well, people who know about the worries of children and young people they love. I personally am doing everything to prepare my two kids with regard to secrets, good secrets and bad secrets, and the physical boundaries, what kind of touch is allowed on their body and what not. And we entrust our children very carefully to other people. And as a pastoral worker, especially when it comes to inscriptions for the First Communion, I see that many people hesitate or do not want their children to have a First Communion because they have become hostile towards the Church. How many parents have a dispute at home whether they want to send their children there at all? It is my main profession to be a pastoral worker. But I'm asking myself, how long will I be able to do that? The synodal path is a good argument in favor of it at the moment. But if we are just talking about the smallest common denominator, it will not be enough. It will not be enough to convince young people to join us. So it's not enough to talk about minimum goals. We need to talk about maximum goals here. Many thanks, Ms. Henschke. Bishop Kohlgraf, please. Thank you. Greetings to all of you, first of all. Of course, it is quite obvious that the bishop's office has taken or has been damaged, and it is obvious to many people in our parishes and also outside the parishes. Some contributions have been made pointing to the content or the results of the texts, and I have been walking the synodal path from the very beginning with the conviction that we need to put forward reforms within the Catholic Church. However, I find it difficult if the results are already clear, and then I'm hearing that if you cannot vote for the text in their current form, then you are guilty if abuse continues. And I can tell you, I will not simply vote yes or vote in favor of those texts because I think there are certain things that need to be improved. I do not think that the texts are basically wrong, but I think we need to struggle with regard to some wordings, etc. So when I hear you that you say that you bishops, as like a man's club, if you do not, or if you are not willing to walk this way or walk into this direction we are heading right now, if you don't do that, then you are guilty of abuse. Well, I am absolutely not consenting to this. Okay, Lucia Lagoda is next. Yeah, Lucia Lagoda for KFD. There's no people church in Germany. Since 2010, a lot of things have changed. So the question is, what kind of church do we want to be? What kind of church do we want to live? We have embarked on the synodal path in order to renew and to change our church. At the moment, it's an administrative, hierarchical church directed by Rome, and many of us want to change it, especially the 400,000 women of the Catholic women's community in Germany. So I would like to invite you over the next few days to ask yourself the following question. Will my vote help prevent abuse in the future? Will it help to rebuild trust? And also, will it help to make participation possible? Or let's take it further, what will Jesus do? Thank you very much.
Ursula Becker, our last speaker in this round. So in this debate, questions, disappointments, and doubts emerged. And it was also the same way in the preliminary talks that we had. When listening closely, I felt the pain again and again. Everything might be in vain. And then, all of a sudden, there was a song of hope. And this song of hope is something that I would like to give space to now. And if you like, share the song with me and join in. And if you want, contribute at the end with a sign.
Meine Seele preist die Größe des Herrn.
My soul praises the Lord because he looked upon his servant. See, from now on, everybody is going to beatify me.
Und sein Name ist heilig. Erbarmt sich von Geschlecht zu Geschlecht über alle, die ihn fürchten. Verbringt mit seinem Arm machtvolle Taten. Zerstreut.
My soul reveres in the greatness of the Lord, and my spirit rejoices in God, my Savior, for he has gazed upon his lowly handmaid. Behold, from henceforth I shall be called blessed by all generations, for he has done great things. He who is mighty and holy is his name, and he has mercy on those who fear him in every lineage. He has shown great strength with his arm, dispersed the insolent of mind and heart, and he has cast aside the mighty from their throne, and has lifted up the lowly. He has filled the hungry with good things, and has sent the rich away with nothing. He has added his servant Israel and remembered his compassion, just as he spoke to our fathers, to Abraham and his children forever.
Ich würde gern jetzt erst einmal herzlich danken für
At this point, I would like to thank everybody for everything that emerged, also with regard to different positions and opinions. It gave us an idea of what we're going to encounter in the upcoming days. And I would like now to hand the floor over to the two presidents. Thank you so much also on my part. I think it was an important hour. Thank you also. Thank you also for showing us the paradox reign of Jesus that comprises everything. Thank you all for this hour. I think it was really important also to express an atmosphere here in this room, an atmosphere that we experienced all during the last weeks and months. In our parishes, in the core parishes and in our associations, there is a lot of anger and rage, disappointment, even though it might be not always justified. This is not the question, but there is a large atmosphere that led to the fact that many told us, can we really run this Synodal Assembly in Frankfurt? And Bishop Koch, it is important to me to underline that this anger was mentioned and was expressed. We did not say that certain people made mistakes. What I criticized formally is that the offer to take on responsibility independently from individual guilt is something that doesn't work in the church. In our society, this is just a regular sign, and this is what I declared. I did not tell anybody or say that certain people are guilty. So let me tell you again, it was a good hour that we just passed. And during the past weeks and months, and Mr. Norpold mentioned that very clearly, that this is not only about individual people who failed, but that there is also a systemic failure behind. And this is not only a question of clergymen and bishops, but also of lay people, of course. And I do believe that the perspective of an institutional responsibility is also very present to you all, and is shown by a proposal from the ranks of the Synodal Assembly. And in the run-up to the second Synodal Assembly, we as a committee were asked to bring up a confession of guilt or a liturgical celebration into the Assembly. This involves a confession that not only the perpetrators of abuse and individual responsible persons of the institution have brought personal guilt upon themselves by concealing and covering up these acts, but it is also to show that the whole people of God has for too long left those affected alone and thus stands in a common debt to them. According to the proposal, the Synodal Assembly should assume an ecclesiastical responsibility on behalf of the Church in Germany in the form of a confession of guilt, a plea for forgiveness, and a self-commitment to change the behavior. We talked about that and discussed that in the extended Synodal Committee and considered it in detail certain perspectives. You know, we can consider a pilgrimage or whatever. We are going to take on this positive appreciation with us into the next meeting of the Synodal Committee in mid-October, where we will discuss a corresponding submission and its preparation to a broader circle with a view to the Third Synodal Assembly. Dear Synod members, now we really need to get on and work on the text, not in detail, but the rough directions. Work on the text and to prove that we can work on the shape of our church. Thank you very much. And for this vote in this discussion, I'm really grateful. And let me be very honest, in this little committee, we were not sure whether the atmosphere would allow for all of us saying that we will continue to work in face of all the tasks that we need to tackle. So we just reasserted ourselves that we can continue to work, and I would like to thank you for that. And I would include into these words of thanks all those who in the meantime worked very hard in the little forums for providing us with their texts and their content to make sure that we can discuss them. We would like to reassert them. We want to change them also to make sure that they become our texts, our dreams that can be represented in these texts. We have time pressure, a lot of time pressure. You know, I don't want to take on the task of the facilitators. It's not an easy job to guide us through the upcoming days. Thank you again to the 6 facilitators who take on that task for us. It is clear that in the third and fourth Synodal Assembly, there will be even more consultations. We try to break down things until then and to present you with texts that can be dealt with. This is it. From our part, on our part as a Synodal Committee, and now we have the option to start our discussions with motions, votes, and to concentrate on the content of our assembly. And the present is God's presence, and the future is for those who are courageous. Let's do it.
Ja, herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. Yes, we move to working on the text, the resolutions, and everything you read during the last weeks. This is what we're going to debate in the next day. Before doing so, there are a couple of technicalities and things that we need to speak about, how we will vote, the rules of procedure, and so on. And this is something that the two of us are going to introduce you to. Just to remind you, to have in the back of our mind, you were sent the documentation in due time. We hope that everybody found everything in their mailbox or email box, inbox. The program, the agenda that has been resolved by the extended Synodal Committee. The presidents talked also about the program and the changes in the program and the agenda that has been resolved by the Synodal Agenda and the Synodal Forum. And the program, the agenda, is going to have a different system, because we are going to refer to the different basic tests and the action text. So those of us who discussed in the forums, and those of you who read the text and worked on the text, there are references and contexts that we need to discuss and that we need to tackle. This is why the sequence of the texts is a sequence of a systematic approach. We have 6 major sessions for consultations and votes. 16 texts need to be dealt with. The time is scarce, and it might be that we need to limit the speaker's time from 2 minutes down to 1 minute. You know these things already from the Dominican monastery last year. This is what happened there as well, just to warn you. We'd like to clarify now how we work and how we are going to vote. First of all, the texts are going to present it to you. The basic tests by the chairs of the forums and by the responsible members who are in charge of certain texts. And you can see the text on the screen and follow the text, or if you brought your own technical device, you can follow the texts online, svw-online.de, where you also entered all your motions. With all the motions, you know, the motion committee dealt with the motions that have been handed in by the different forums, and this is the second step of the procedure. Just to let you know, this motion committee was set up as followed. 3 persons from every forum are a member of the motion committee. They browse through the motions to see what can we integrate right away. Just to remind we don't vote about specific wordings, but about the basic direction of the text. Is the basic direction accurate? Should the forums work on that again? And then in the second reading, next February, we are going to vote about the text. This is very important for you to know, and it provides also an opportunity that the motions can be reduced, and we don't have to discuss every motion. If we say motion X is working well with the direction of the text. The due time to hand in the motion was September 27, to make sure that the motion committee was able to deal with all the motions. I hope that worked well for everybody. You got different reminders to hand in your motions. So after a representative of the motion committee presented the motions, we will then have a general debate on all aspects of the texts. The speakers' lists are going to be opened again in the procedure that you already know. We will call your name. It worked well with the 2 minutes in the first round. On average, speakers needed less than 2 minutes. That's positive, and I think we will handle these things without finding ourselves under too much pressure. After that, we are going to vote on the different motions, and at this point, we would like to remind you that this is not a final debate yet, but that all motions that were resolved positively, that they are appreciated, that they will be referred and go back to the different forums and will be part of the final text. Before getting started, we need to see if we have a quorum. We just heard that 214 Synod members are present, and we have a quorum if 2/3 of those are present. So we are way more than 2/3 of our Synod members of 230 who could have participated. So we have a presence of way more than 2/3 of them here. So I would like to say that we have a quorum and approve of that. After the individual votes, we will have the approval that is required by our statutes or the rejection of the text as a basis for consultation. It is important at this point that motions that were rejected can not be put back on the agenda. So motions that are rejected will be left out. And it is important to make that clear right from the beginning. So you can hand in your motion once, and once it is rejected, it will not be put on the agenda again. Both types of votes in the context of the first reading require a single majority of the members present. So the present majority can decide. In different settings, you need two-third majority, but a simple majority in this case is enough. At the very end, I would give you a couple of technicalities. You have a different seating. We have much more space than last time, so the seating is different. And the the neighbors you had next to you or last time, are sitting now in different places. So the alphabetical order was changed. You find also a small name tag that you need tonight if you go to dinner. So tonight here we will have dinner here. Please take that small name tag and leave it at the seat where you're seated tonight and go back to the same seat again and again. I don't have to explain that. This is all about the context of possible infections that hopefully will not take place. So in that case, it is easier to trace and track who was seated next to whom. Sometimes you have name tags with different colored tags. So once, if you shared on what you want to eat or might eat, you find colored dots on your name tag, so the waiters will know what you are going to eat. So the order, how you're seated, please stick to that. So we have to bear with the fact that we cannot change within the groups for dinner. And that would, of course, have an advantage to meet more members, but this is not possible. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, breakfast is going to be served in the hotel. So you can just come over because we would have had to start at 5:30 if we were to have breakfast in the hotel, and that would be too much of a challenge for everybody. So we will have breakfast at 8 o'clock here. With regard to hygiene measures, I guess I don't have to comment on that. The desk, well, let me comment on that. The desks, the tables, once we leave the hall, the tables will be disinfected. Please don't leave anything on your table except for the voting device that needs to stay on your table. Please take everything else with you to make sure that the table can be disinfected, and please make sure that you take also all your personal belongings with you. You have the microphones in front of you. I don't have to explain that to you anymore because we made well use of them. So once you start your contribution, please switch on the microphone and switch it off once you're done. And of course, with regard to data protection, because we record things, and if somebody doesn't want to be recorded, we can guarantee that their contribution will not be recorded and that they will not be published. Their video will not be published. So we will, of course, abide by the rules of data protection. As we heard before, there are two members of the assembly that are joining us in a hybrid way. If they want to join us, the facilitators will get a hint from the other side of the room, and they will join us remotely. We cannot see who of the two it is. We will not be able to mention their names, but as soon as we see them, it will be clear who they are. Thank you. As already mentioned, you have these small devices. You know, you already did some exercise with the speakers list. It's getting a little more complicated now. And I would like to ask Mr. Nixdorf to take the floor in order to explain how the voting process works. You get an introduction to the voting process and how to use the devices.
Good evening. So please turn your heads towards here. I'm speaking from the off. I wish you successful assembly. So behind the scenes, so to speak, we have the pleasure of following you. Please just take your little device into your hands. Some of you have used it. And on the display, you should now see what happens when you're going to vote on a resolution, on a motion. And on the display, you will see yes, no, abstention, a red, a green, and a yellow button. 1, 2, 3. 1 means yes, 2 means no, 3 means abstention. And once you have hit the button of your choice, please confirm by clicking OK. And once you have pushed OK, you have submitted your vote, and it should say received on your display. Can we just have a little test? The question is, have you had a nice journey to Frankfurt? Please vote in order for us to see whether the system works and that we have enough votes. Okay, I see 104 out of 215. And it's just a test of presence. Some people may be outside the room, on the phone, or on the toilet. So this just gives us a little bit of orientation as to the time it takes when we are going to vote on the resolutions or on motions pertaining to the rules of procedure, etc. 189, I see here, that's great. The chairs will then maybe ask the question whether everybody has cast their votes, and then the vote will be closed. And we will publish the result directly. And we see 128 voted yes, saying that they have had a nice journey, and in red you see, well, they had a disastrous journey, and there were a few abstentions as well. Thank you for your support. If you have no further questions, we can start. Okay. I think we can really start the debate with regard to content. And once again, there's a live stream. There's also interpretation into English. Okay, now we'll start with a discussion of the preamble text, and there will be a short introduction by Dr. Sternberg. Yes, we are in a certain way building on our previous discussion, because after extensive consultations with many of those involved in the synodal path, and in particular with the chairs of the synodal forums, the synodal committee decided to submit 2 fundamental texts for the entire synodal path to the synodal assembly for discussion and adoption: a preamble text and an orientation text. An editorial group was entrusted with the preparation of the draft text, consisting of 1 member from each of the 4 synodal forums and 2 other persons. And I would like to take this opportunity to name them and to thank Professor Dr. Erwin Dierschel, Professor Dr. Angela Kaup, Sister Dr. Katharina Klutmann,
Professor Dr. Andreas Lob-Hüdepohl,
Viola Kohlberger, Professor Dr. Andreas Lob-Hüdepohl, and Professor Dr. Thomas Söding for their work. Thank you very much.
Das Präsidium hat die inhaltlichen Leitlinien gesetzt, die Texte rezipiert, Anmerkungen, Korrekturen eingebracht.
The Synodal Committee set the guidelines for the content, received the texts, made its comments and corrections, and finally adopted the draft. It was also the result of the preceding consultations that 2 separate and different texts were to be presented. While the preamble text, as a joint declaration of the participants in the synodal path, is intended to relate to the situation from which the Church in Germany reflects, speaks, and acts on its synodal
Synodal Path. The orientation text, on the other hand, is concerned with providing information about the theological sources of orientation on the Synodal Path. Both aspects proved to be so specific in the deliberations that it was advisable to write two different texts, each with a different diction. It now falls to me to briefly introduce the preamble text, while Bishop Dr. Betzing will then explain the orientation text very briefly. So the preamble text, formulated in the we perspective of those involved in the Synodal Path, programmatically names the occasion, the background of experience and faith, and the goals of the Synodal Path in Germany, under the heading Where We Are, in the middle of the crisis, in the middle of the world, in the middle of the church, the crisis-ridden problem of sexual or sexualized violence and its cover-up in the church is taken into account. The second section, where we come from, with our experiences, with our disappointments, with our hopes, refers to the background experience of the Synod members, from which a further dynamic development for the Church and its relationship to the world is necessary. The part of the text entitled Where We Want to Go, that's the third part, where we want to go, to the people, to the places of faith, to the weak points of society, focuses on the vision of a church that is close to people and thus able to give space to the gospel. With this preamble text, it is important to make clear that the crisis caused by sexual or sexualized violence and its cover-up in the church has systemic reasons as well. As the MHG study has shown, it was also the reason for embarking on the Synodal Path. At the same time, it must be made clear that the crisis is not the sole reason for seeking conversion and renewal of the Church on this Synodal Path. Pope Francis in 2013 in Evangelii Gaudium opened up windows for new or renewed debates. So the broader aspects mentioned in the MHG study are systemically woven into a fundamental need for reform, in search of new ways to live and credibly witness to the gospel, to serve the poor, to listen to the marginalized, and real, authentic synodality are central themes in search of these new ways to live and credibly witness to the gospel in the 21st century as a community of faith. The preamble text is also intended to identify the sins of the Church, its causes and effects, and at the same time to direct attention to the need for discussion and action that is connected with the upheavals in which the Church finds itself. Last but not least, the preamble text is also concerned with pointing out the necessary opening of the Synodal path of the Church in Germany to the Synodal path of the Universal Church. In this way, the preamble text should in a certain way fundamentally shape and continue to accompany the further reflections and decisions of the Synodal path. Thank you, Thomas Sternberg. We have mentioned that there is the Emotions Committee, Professor Dr. Angela Kaup-Viola Kohlberger and Professor Dr. Thomas Söding in this case. The three of them are here and are going to present their deliberations. We three met last Monday in order to work on the motions. We have realized that the preamble text was studied very thoroughly, and altogether 261 proposed amendments were put forward. They were all fair and demonstrate that there's a huge interest of bringing the Synodal path forward. We are very grateful for that on behalf of the Synodal Committee as well. Of course, there's further work needed, but the Synodal Committee can feel confirmed in its work, as the preamble text will only be adopted at the end of the Synodal path. This text can be continuously developed. I will briefly say a few words on our work or our way of working. We had met in order to speak about the comments. 261 comments or proposed amendments. That's quite a lot. We have read each and every one of them, assessed them, and put them into context. I can assure you it was an intensive, constructive process of work with quite a lot of discussions. In our opinion, most of the comments point at important extensions or also things to be left out from the text. And all of them point to things that can be improved. This is why we recommend that they might be included into the text. And, well, you know, I remind you, we are at the first reading, so we do not need a discussion that goes too much into details, but we need fundamental clarifications and decisions, and this is why we, as the Motions Committee, just roughly cluster our recommendations here in order to allow for more space for the general debate. Yes, we wanted to condense it and formulate 8 recommendations, which we maybe can see here on the screen. First of all, we recommend to keep this specific character of the preamble text. However, to point it out more sharply so that the two texts can be distinguished, but that they also fit together well. Second, the working title is On the Way to the People, Church in Our Time. This title is important. It is the flag we are raising, so to speak. There have been alternative proposals. We recommend that the question of which title is best be critically examined again. Third point, there were numerous suggestions as to how wordings can be improved, what can be included, but also what can be left out. All of that should be examined very carefully once again, so that the drive of the preamble text is further increased instead of being slowed down. Fourth point, it was a basic decision to write the preamble text in the first person plural, to use the we, the Synodal Assembly of the Synodal Path. We have seen that this we is not clear enough in some places, especially where there is talk of guilt, of violence, of cover-up and responsibility. Here we recommend a sharpening. Point 5, meanwhile, the Pope has invited the Catholic Church around the world to follow a synodal path. We recommend that the relationship between this universal church path and our synodal path also be described more precisely in the preamble text. 6, Pope Francis wrote to us at the beginning of a journey that we should not forget to follow evangelization as a guiding principle. We recommend that this orientation be made clearer. However, it must not be relativized that we must draw consequences from the MHG study. Point 7, well, we have to do a homework in Germany, but we are not taking a special path. The Motions Committee recommends to work out more precisely the interrelation of the situation of the Church in Germany and the situation of the Universal Church. Point 8, we are a synodal assembly. We are on the way to a synodal church. We recommend that the principle of synodality be emphasized more clearly in the preamble text. Thank you very much on behalf of the entire Motions Committee. We look forward to a lively debate, and we are all ears. Thank you to the three of you. So the speakers list will be opened again as you have practiced before. You can use the green button to put your name on the speakers list and make comments on the preamble text, and also with regard to the proposed amendments. Michaela Labuda is first. We will start with the 2 minutes per person and see how it works. Before getting into the debate with regard to content, I have a fundamental question. In our statutes and rules of procedure, it says that a text, once rejected, cannot be put forward again. Now we have the problem that this apparently also applies for preamble, basic, action, and orientation texts. Or am I mistaken? No, it is not a decision now. The vote is now about whether the forum or the authors of a text should continue to work on a text. And if this is being totally rejected, that is our point of view, then this text would be discarded. Whether, let's take the example of the preamble text, a new preamble would have to be drafted, that would be a new question, but that's the way it is, yes. Are there any comments, feedback? Ms. Eckstein, sorry. Thank you. Well, we have said from the very beginning that the path shows up while you are walking it, and this certainly applies to the motions committees and their work. I have realized this myself. First of all, thank you for summing up your work and your principles. You said that you wanted to present it rather roughly, and it was more about a basic orientation. However, I have to say that when reading the proposed amendments or recommendations, I didn't find certain controversial points, and I would find it quite a shame if we didn't bring these controversial aspects into the plenary assembly. Just an example, you wrote that evangelization should be sharpened more or be more explicit in the text. I cannot, or be emphasized more. I cannot find it here. Professor Tiefensee, for example, said that it would not be so easy and that we have a problem with the letter by Pope Francis because it is not mentioned there, and that we shouldn't play it down. Well, you know that in a certain way we can follow this direction, but that our task should first of all be to create the foundations for this evangelization that is being envisaged. And that's something I do not find in the motions here or in the recommendations. And Gregor Potschin said that the aim is not to have a new alignment towards evangelization. And, well, I could give you more examples, but my basic question is, how should we proceed with this? This is why we're having this debate. It's good to have it. And if there's positions and also persons wanting to put forward motions or have put forward motions and who have the impression that their position has not been taken into account in the correct manner, then you will certainly have the opportunity to raise this point. We are going, just to make it clear, we are not going to vote only about these 8 aspects Thomas Süding presented. No, we will go through the text. You will be able to use this device a lot. So we will get to individual aspects, and if you have the impression that something important has been left out, we will have to mention it again and vote on it. Bishop Fürst. I simply want to say that I really like the preamble text, and I can, of course, some aspects can be approved, but I would like to point out that, well, there's talk of a culture of conversation characterized by respect, mutual respect and charity. I would really like to emphasize this. Just a little anecdote. I have been working with many groups in our diocese and spoken about that. And one of the arguments I like to put forward is, I like to use arguments, and sometimes people tell me, stop it. don't give me your arguments anymore. I have already formed my own opinion. So I just like to invite everybody to have a good culture of conversation, that we have can put forward arguments, that arguments are being taken seriously, and let's not think that the arguments are only put forward in order to consolidate your own ideology. Well, the path is shown while we are walking it. Of course, I have made a mistake. We are not voting on 250 individual motions here. No, we are voting on the 8 aspects put forward by the Motions Committee, and there you have a chance to say whether you want it or do not want it. Markus Schuck of the Pastoral Workers Associations. I would like to say something about the use of the first person plural, the we form. And I think this is correct. This is right to use the we, even though this we may be composed by very many different I's, first persons. I think we do need this we in the Synodal Assembly. However, it doesn't exist yet. It might show up while we are continuing to walk this path. And I think this we might come out or show itself more clearly once we are able to take good decisions. With regard to the abuse of power, sexualized violence and cover-up, I think the Synodal Assembly must make visible that there's a real willingness for conversion and renewal. I was glad when Professor Sternberg said that the Synodal Assembly has taken up this challenge. And it's not only about putting it into words, into a text, but also transforming it in a liturgical form. And in the preparations and debates about this confession of guilt and the self-commitment, this we has always been a matter of discussion, because, again, the we is composed by different I's, persons who have their individual guilt. Individuals who are represented here in the Synodal Assembly. In my case, I can tell you that I feel guilty because I have kept silent for too long and only looked at my area of responsibility and not beyond it. However, what unites us, and you know, it is kind of systemic that we have all been contaminated by guilt, and this is why all of us need to take a stance with regard to this question. We as a church, because we are being seen as the church by the people. And this is what I want to stand up for, to really, yes, fight for this common we. Please don't talk for too long. Time is scarce. Yeah, okay, yes. This we is important, and common action as well. Thank you, Mr. Schupp. Mr. Potschum is next.
Thank you. I would like to thank the authors of this text. We made a lot of efforts. This is also an expression of democracy and synodality to really contribute to things. Professor Söding mentioned a sentence that I think is important with regard to evangelization, and that we have to base the evangelization on the MSH study. This is important because the change of these systemic structures, and in order to do away with the risk factors that are mentioned by the MHG study, that is evangelization, because that is something that will bring us closer to the gospel and its value. I would like to ask you also to double-check the text with regard to the perspective of people affected. I know that people affected read the text, but from my perspective, as a non-affected person, some passages are difficult. That they trust in a freeing God. I do believe that many affected people left the church and don't trust into God anymore. So please let us double check the expressions. And I would like to ask you to double check the relationship between the misery of the church and the misery of the people due to the violence experienced in the church, and how we can express that better, because we focus there very much on the church and not on the people who suffer from the church. And the last aspect, I would like to support that synodality as a term should be defined in the text, because it can be interpreted in different ways. It can have democratic aspects or a hierarchical synodality, which is prevailing in the church. Thank you, Mr. Potschul. Professor Tiefensee. Thank you. First of all, I would like to ask to enable us to refer to the technical support if things don't work, because the internet is really weak, so we cannot read our own motions at Antragsgrün on the website. And I would like to underline that we need to make it more precise, because the synodal path is not something focusing on evangelization. We create the conditions for evangelization by re-establishing the credibility of the church. This is why I urge you that the preamble very precisely defines the role of the letter that Pope Francis wrote us. And let me make it very clear. It does not refer to the topic of our assembly, because he doesn't mention the reason why we are here in the first place, and he does not refer to the goal. He, of course, refers to the important goal of evangelization, but the same goes for the synodal journey on a global level that the Pope initiated. And this is not our topic. So we cannot replace what the Pope is asking from the Catholic Church. We have to define that very clearly to make sure that we do away with the confusion that we should deal with evangelization. We don't deal with evangelization, we don't deal with ecumenism, and so on. These are topics that should not be mentioned in the preamble, because it's not true. We are not dealing with these topics. We have a precise task that we are dealing with, and it's only a part of the task that we have to deal with as a church in the world. Bishop Overbeck. I would like to enhance two perspectives. First, at the very beginning, it is said that it is a journey of the pilgrimage people in Germany. I would like to underline that perspective, because first of all, apart from all the precisions that we need, as Professor Tiefensee mentioned, it is yes about the evangelization, and we can mention that as a positive goal. And the people of God as a term provides us with the option to clarify in the preamble and to speak about the synodal church and the episcopal church and their relationship. This is a very pointed way of expression, but this is the field of tension that we move in. So in order to clarify these perspectives and in order to give space to these dimensions, we should create a field of tension and define the field of tension between the episcopal path and the synodal path, and the two do not exclude each other, because otherwise we would not find ourselves on the Catholic side anymore. And this is why it is important to me that we mention these aspects. and in the thought of the people of God, with reference to Gaudium et Spes and Lumen Gentium, so two important texts of the Second Vatican Council. So if we put those things at the beginning, we should also close with it, as Professor Söding mentioned it in his last of the 8 motions, that towards the ends we need to clarify those terms. Thank you, Bishop Overbeck. We don't have new shows of hand. We have 3 more on our list. We will close the list of speakers within in the next minute. If you want to contribute, please do so. Professor Schmiedl is next. I agree with what Bishop Overbeck said. I do believe that clarifying the people of God from the perspective of the Vatican Council is something we underline also in the orientation text. With regard to Gregor Botschul, if we knew what synodality means, the bishop would not have to invite us to a bishop's synod pondering on that very topic. It's a topic, a term with many nuances. It's not easy to define. Episcopal church, synodal church, and so on, but you really have to grapple in order to understand what it means. We don't have only the MHG study, but since 2010, since the publication of the abuse cases at the Canisius-Kolleg in Berlin, the church in Germany tackled with these topics. I would like to remind you of the dialogue process, conversation process that did not come to terms. And I would like to underline that in the closing document, some important hints were mentioned, coming up before the MHG study. And we have to include those things and include the things that came up later. The synodal processes all over the world, also referring to the Australian bishop and his article in the Herder Correspondence magazine. And I think it's also important that the question of abuse and the MHG study is underlined here very well, so we make sure that we don't have to repeat that in every other document. Finja Miriam Weber, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. In general, I really like the text with regard to the content, but I would like to ask to double-check the text regarding the theological terminology and quotes from the Bible, because this text should be at the very beginning of all the publications of the synodal past, and I think this text should be an invitation to people to read on. And if it's a text that many people don't understand because they did not study theology, people will not continue to read. Maybe we can double-check that to make sure that the texts are written in a way that many people understand them, because we want to be a church that is open to the many. This is why we're here. So my question is to double-check the terminology of the texts. This is a motion that came up in different motions at Antragsgrün, and I think that is important for all the editing team as a comment. Dr. Irmstetter-Karpf. So I would like to contribute a thought with regard to the title. Professor Söding said that you want to double-check if that matches. For me, as a woman of Caritas, it's a very positive, on the way with people. If we were there already, we could do without the synodal path. But, we find ourselves in a massive crisis, in a massive loss of credibility. So I would like the motion committee to express also the tension in the headline. And I would also like to propose something with regard to the procedure that might be a little bold. I'm dreaming that the motions can be resolved and voted for en bloc instead of one after the other. Maybe that is faster. Thank you so much. We will see how fast we are. Hubertus Lübke, the floor is yours. Hubertus Lübke for the General Association of the Pastoral Workers. I have a technical question. The motions to the rules of procedures, is it possible to use the device also in order to put forward a motion to the rules of procedures, or should we show up two hands? While Pfarrer Zahauer is speaking, we are going to clarify that and give you an answer. Pfarrer Zahauer, the floor is yours. If you manage also, while clarifying that, to listen to me, I'm happy with that. Of course I can. The text is very good, but it leaves a strange feeling, because I have the feeling that part of the wording is already used, because we have to acknowledge that our rhetoric with regard to conversion has been damaged. You know, everybody speaks of conversion in the church and what has happened since 11 years. So the rhetoric with regard to conversion does not work. And I don't know that the introduction text of the Synodal Pact uses terminology that is overused. We need to improve the terminology at that point. A great hint with regard to the rhetorics of conversion, and this goes again to the editing committee, but these are central terms that play a crucial role in our debate. And the multitasking worked out. I know that there's no technical option. So if we are in the voting mode, you cannot use the device to put forward a motion to the rules of procedures. So maybe you can wave and, you know, show two hands. So just make sure that we can see you and will alert us that you have a question. With regard to technology, there's no other option. So now let's move on to voting. We heard all speakers. Schiller-Kapp made the proposal to vote en bloc. Was that a motion with regard to the rules of procedure, or just a bold proposal? I think we will manage to go through the 8 motions one by one. This is a stronger tool to move on. So I think we will see the motions on the screen. Is that accurate? Yes. Let's move to the first motion. The motion committee recommends that the objective of the preamble text should be made clearer in relation to the orientation text. Who is in favor can vote with yes with this device and can abstain or vote no. We have 215 devices. So please vote now. So if everybody had their opportunity, we would close the voting process. I'm curious with regard to the results. 182 yes to 2 abstentions. Motion number 2 is about the preamble text. The motion committee recommends that to double-check the title to make sure that it fits well. Oh, sorry, it's about the title. The title should be double-checked, the title of the preamble text.
So, geben Sie bitte Ihre Stimmen ab.
So please vote now.
Wir schließen dann in wenigen Sekunden.
We will close in a couple of minutes. We close the voting process now.
178 sagen ja, Titel nochmal überprüfen, 9 sind dagegen,
9 are against, 8 abstain, and the rest is in favor. Number 3, the Motions Committee recommends that all suggestions for improved wording, additions and deletions, as long as they do not contain any changes that would to refer them to the Synodal Committee with a request that they might be double-checked. So terms like conversion, things that we all read in large numbers, those things should be considered. So we open, the voting is open now. We are always getting closer to 193, 194. So we close the procedure again. Similar result, 177 yes, 8 no, 10 abstentions. Number 4. I need to read it. The motion number 4. The Motions Committee recommends that, and this is about the use of the first person plural we, to be double-checked for consistency and whether it fits, and also the how to deal with speaking about guilt and responsibility and to make it more precise. You can vote on that now.
Gemessen an den vorherigen Stimmen fehlen noch 4.
Okay, 4 votes are missing, apparently.
Dann sind wahrscheinlich 2 weitere Kaffee trinken.
So maybe 2 have left the room for coffee.
Jetzt sind wir wieder dabei.
Okay,
Jetzt sind sogar eine drüber
we are back.
gekommen.
We
Wir
have
können das Stimmverfahren
1 vote more, even. Okay, so we can close the voting procedure. 173 yes, 10 no, 13 abstentions. So we are done with half of the motions. Number 5. The Motions Committee recommends that the entire text be reviewed to see how it communicates the purpose of the entire synodal path with current developments on that way and in the Catholic Church as a whole, in light of the MHG study, and with a particular focus on those affected by abuse and violence. So let's vote. So we should end. Oh, again, a very clear result, 159 yes, 19 votes no, and 17 abstentions. 195 votes altogether. Then motion number 6. The proposed amendment is as follows. The Motions Committee recommends that the intention of evangelization, which Pope Francis focused on his letter to the pilgrim people of God in Germany and in the announcement of the global synodal path, be emphasized more strongly in the text as a whole. Let us vote. More than 190 votes have been counted, so I think we can come to a close. We have 94 yes votes, 86 no votes, and 15 abstentions. So it's not a very clear result, not as clear as the previous votes. However, abstentions are abstentions and not no votes, so with 94 votes, this amendment has been accepted. Proposed amendment number 7. The Motions Committee recommends that the interrelation of the situation of the Church in Germany and the situation of the Universal Church be clearly explained. And let's start with our voting procedure. I think we are getting faster and faster. Yes. (192) votes were cast. 193. 150 yes votes, 23 no votes, 20 abstentions. So a very clear result. And our last proposed amendment, the Motions Committee recommends that the principle of synodality be emphasized more clearly in the preamble text. Okay, end of the voting procedure. (192) votes were cast, 145 votes yes, 26 votes say no, and 21 abstentions. So we have a clear yes. We have to get back to number 6, the result of the vote for motion number 6, because we have counted, well, 94 yes votes, 86 no votes, and 15 abstentions. If I see it correctly, and I've done my math correctly, then we have to count the abstentions as no votes, because we need the majority of the members present, and 94 is not enough to reach the majority of the members present in the room. Is that correct? Okay, then we have to say that number 6, motion number 6, amendment number 6, has been rejected. So only this proposed amendment. However, taking into account that number 6 has been rejected, we can now get to the general vote. So we will vote now on the... okay, there's a motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. According to Section 5, 3M, I ask for a vote by name, because this can only clarify what individual groups are voting, amongst others the bishops. Objection. I think that at the first reading, we do not need the numbers of people in certain groups. And I think, especially in the light of these 8 votes we have had, we can continue like this without any problem.
Darüber müssen wir abstimmen. Über den Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung.
Okay, now with regard to the motion pertaining to the rules of procedure, those who are in favor of a recorded vote, now please vote yes. Can you quickly make this possible to be voted in our tool? Just 2 seconds. It is just being written, the motion, is that correct? We're still practicing. You know, the way is showing, or the path is showing up while you're walking it. We have heard this before. Okay, now, recorded vote. So whoever is in favor of a recorded vote votes yes, who is against it votes no. And as you have seen before, if you abstain, it will be counted as a no. Okay, 196 votes were cast, so we can show the result. This is a very unambiguous result. 28 in favor, 163 against the recorded vote, and 1 abstention. So we can now vote on the entire text without the procedure of a recorded vote. Okay, you see the text. The Synodal Assembly accepts the presentation of the Synodal Committee for the first reading for the preamble text as a basis for consultation and refers it to the committee for further editorial work according to the 7 motions or proposed amendments. No, we don't have a result. The applause will have to come later. We'll have to wait. Please vote now. Okay, 193 votes cast. 2 more, or 3 more. We've always had 196, and we should be able to manage this now for the general vote. Okay, doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, we are now closing this voting procedure. Okay, 173 yes votes. Okay, now a round of applause. 12 votes saying no and 9 abstentions. So we have adopted the first presentation, the first draft as a basis for further discussion. Okay, thank you. Professor Sternberg, I would also like to say thank you for the good debate, for the good votes, for the good voting procedures. And I have to tell you that, well, we have waited for this opportunity to have a vote for 1 year. Our meeting has been postponed, and I thank you for your disciplines and all the contributions you have made. I think this is quite wonderful because it helps us facilitators to keep with our schedule. We have managed quite well so far. Please bear with us a little longer. We will have until 8:20 now for the orientation text, which follows now. And I would like to ask Bishop Betzing to present the text. I will try to keep it short and sweet. You know, with the orientation text, this is another important text put forward by the Presidium. It is the text where we are accounting for, to the outside and also to the inside, which way and in which manner we, on the synodal path, want to come to changes and new learnings that might change the action the Church is taking. And I kindly ask for the pardon of those of you who have not studied theology. It is a theological study with regard to the sources of knowledge that we are using as a basis for the basic texts and action texts. So it is about the interrelationship of scripture, tradition, the signs of the times, the sense of faith of the faithful, theology, and the magisterium. So how do these sources interrelate in the context of the discussions and decisions on the synodal path? So altogether, it is about the core concerns of the Church and taking these concerns from its origins into a new time with new conditions and demands. However, this should neither lead to a zeitgeisty self-lostness nor to an anxious traditionalist closing oneself off. Therefore, as the Second Vatican Council put it, the signs of the times must be interpreted in the light of the gospel. For this, in a synodally constituted church, a good listening to one another is important, in which the sense of faith of the faithful is just as important as theological reflection and the directives of the magisterium. Listening to Scripture and a proper appreciation of tradition are indispensable in this listening to each other, so that the synodal path draws from intellectual and spiritual sources and is not merely an attempt at administrative reform. Our orientation text therefore makes it clear that these sources and also places of theology must not be over or under-emphasized unilaterally and in isolation. They all need mutual distinction and connection, mutual affirmation and limitation, mutual development and discussion. And all these places of theology, the loci theology, need to be rediscovered and linked anew in each time, so that God's faithfulness to the promise may renew the faith of the Church. In this, the relation between the theological sources is not simply an indifferent juxtaposition, but also a rigid, neither a rigid superordination or subordination in which one source is likely to be played off against the other according to a stereotypical pattern. No one can avoid putting these sources into a living relationship with each other. These insights should guide the synodal path. So now, the fact that a theological language is being used in this process is, as it were, in the nature of the matter. One might object that this makes the text more difficult to understand. However, the Synodal Committee has decided on a specifically theological approach because it is aware that the synodal path needs a foundation that does justice also within the worldwide church to the complexity of the matter and the background against which it is to reflect, decide, and act. Without this evidence of a differentiated location in the whole of the Church's teaching, it is not possible, especially when new things are to be sought and tried out. In this sense, the orientation text is intended to put into words the very basic orientation that unites and at the same time guides those involved in the synodal path. That was it from my side.
Thank you, Bishop Betzing. So we have Ms. Kohlberger, Professor Kaup, and Professor Söding on stage again. And as the motion committee, they are going to introduce us to the motions. We read the orientation text and commented it. We had 121 comments and motions, positive ones and critical ones, and they were to show a constructive debate with the theological basis of the orientation text. At several points, people said we need to express things with more stringency and less jargon. And the editing of the text will be quite some work. So the orientation text should be moved forward to the second reading as soon as possible in order to align that text with the forum's texts. With regard to the orientation text, we had the same approach like with the preamble text. Many of the comments and deletions improve the basic draft and should be part of the consultation of the Synodal Committee and of the editing group. Here in the Assembly, we have the opportunity to set the guidelines for the text and to focus on very important aspects and to set the course in general. So we came up with 7 recommendations that Thomas Söding is going to dwell on now. Well, we didn't opt for 7, but it's just a nice fit. So the first motion and the first recommendation, well, people talk critically about the text listening to the Word of God. Yes, we recommend not to clarify the title now, to discuss it, but to keep it open until the orientation text has found its final form. Second amendment, similar to the debate on the preamble text, we recommend to stick to the differentiation of the text, and you voted for it also, because, and Georg Betzing said, because we need a theological basic orientation, and we also believe that we have to keep the theological level. But the crucial aspect is yet another one. We recommend to double-check the orientation text for comprehensibility. Like rhetorical disarmament, no technical jargon, but to express it in good German. Third amendment, there are many comments with regard to deletions, things that should be added in. We recommend to clarify everything. The overall direction should be the same, and it can get even clearer. Fourth recommendation, we need an editing that clarifies the relation to the preamble text, and at the same time, we also need to clarify the relation to the basic text of the other fora. The way how it addresses it, there are a lot of redundancies, stringency is needed. So our recommendation is to double-check the text in this regard. Fifth recommendation, here in the Synodal Assembly, we came together in order to consult and decide. We recommend making it clearer, as many mentioned, that dialogues must lead to decisions, and that decisions then need to lead into action. sixth recommendation, we describe quite extensively in different areas the special tasks of bishops in our Synodal Assembly, but also with regard to the magistry in our church. And this can be done more precisely and in a shorter and more concise way. And we recommend that aspect to be taken care of in the second reading. Seventh, we recommend that the Synodal Committee, together with the further development of the orientation text, to develop a communication strategy to make sure that the contents of the text that is complex, the orientation text is a complex one, and that it can be presented and conveyed to the public in a clearer way. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your debate and how you read the text. Thank you very much to the motion committee. The procedure will be the same, and you can give a hand, of course, a big hand to the group. It looks easy, 7 recommendations, but I think we all know how much work there is behind in order to reach those 7 recommendations. I open the debate. Please put yourself on the speakers list and contribute with your comments.
Da haben wir zuerst Dr. Rainer Nomine.
Dr. Rainer Nomine.
Ja. Habe ich das Wort? Ja, bitte.
Do I have the floor? Yes, please.
Mein Name ist
I'm Rainer Nomine. Bistum Diocese Görlitz. 30 years of my life I spent in the Diocese of Trier. Please allow me, I'm a judge. I'm not a theologian. So please allow me for to ask a naive question. We work a system imminently, but is it possible that a synodal path, according to canon law of Catholic Church, is allowed to give a theological basic orientation? Thank you for this question. I think we can do so. We are allowed to do so. Dr. Nomine, I didn't want to do away with it, but I think that this is important to do so now. That doesn't mean that we do something that is not our task. But I do believe that as a people of God, it doesn't mean that we are arrogant. So we can reflect on a theological level. So I hope that I represent the majority here. We have 12 speakers, and given the short time that is left, I would like to close the speakers list, because otherwise it will be difficult also with our spiritual moment and also with dinner if we don't stick to closing at 8:30, and we know that for voting we need a couple of minutes. So I would ask you to put yourself on the speakers list within the next 60 seconds, and after that we're going to close the list. Pfarrer Dr. Els is next. Johannes zu Els. I'm a parish priest in Frankfurt. During the first lecture, I forgot to say something that I now cannot add. Number 45, I quote, so something that affects everybody has to be discussed by everybody. This is the introduction of synodality. I know this basic principle in a different way. In tradition, it said something that everybody is affected. Tractari et approbari edet. And this is part of canon law. And this is important to say. In 119 of 3 CEC, it says that something that everybody is affected by needs to be approved by everybody. So the importance between negotiating and approving is important. There's a difference between those two things. Thank you, Pfarrer Dr. Els. Auxiliary Bishop Hasse. To the first motion with regard to the title, yes, I can imagine, and I would back the proposal to change the title and to make it, more modern. But with regard to the topic, it should refer to listening to the Word of God, because the Bible is the basic document of our faith. And given that for all of us, it's all about listening in the first place. So it might be difficult to express the title in a way, or put the title in that way, but it would be important. Bishop Dr. Gerber. I plead for a theological basic and foundation. We need that because we speak about one of the major theological meta questions that is going to be important for us again and again. The question, how we understand history. Is history something that tradition is transferred into and translated into, or is history and presence something that has a theological quality? And this is what the signs of the times are about. And so this is also a plea of God for a conversation. So how do we understand history? It's very important as a theological meta question to address that here. Ms. Eckstein, thank you. I like the text. I can approve it, but I would like to come back to controversies in the comments that are not represented in the motions, and it's important to speak about them. It starts with the discussion about the length of the text. How long does it has to be, or should it be, or must it be? I would like to hear more opinions of non-theologians. What do you believe is good and helpful, and what is enough? There was a debate also on the wording in the lines 91 and 92. People should be free to express what they think, but wherever groups are discriminated against, people cannot freely say what they say. So taboos shift. And I would have wished for us discussing this here also. Line 570, I've still 1 minute to go. The role of majority decisions that were treated there with very carefully, and people said this is ahistorical and anti-democratical. And this is going to be with us. So what about the role of majority decisions? How long do we discuss and how long do we try to involve everybody until deciding something? And also in the First Vatican Council, Second Vatican Council, the One Council, people tried to vote at an early point in time. With the Second Council, the vote was delayed in order to involve as many people as possible, with consequences that we still feel today. What is the role of unity? And when other aspects prevail, human rights, and the human rights should prevail over the search of unity. This is also a debate that we should have. So my question is, or my request is, that these debates should be included in the further dealing with the text. At this point, I would like to underline, as we mentioned before, that we close the speakers list within the next 30 seconds. Professor Sattler has the floor. Hello, everybody. I would like to back what Juliana Eckstein said. There are many specific comments that were made. Professor Wiesemann also referred to the relationship between the Bible and the tradition and the changeability of the Christian teaching. And if we vote in favor of the motions, we will also consider these very important inspirations in the light of those questions. We need also a good basic orientation text for the other basic text. I would like to underline that in order to support things that have been said and all the things and the expressions that have been expressed positively. And I would like to thank the team and ask them to take care of these things, because we are going to vote for motions that are expressed in a very general way. And so many things can emerge from those motions. And I would also mention that there were many specific comments that were helpful and that should be considered. Thank you, Professor Sattler. Bishop Fürst, the floor is yours. Yes, this text is really excellent, in my opinion. There are different positions, different dimensions, and theological questions and things that are important for this text. And, I would really like to acknowledge that this text put everything together in such a good way. So I support this draft. And I would like to see one clarification and underline one thing. Clarification refers to the first sentence, not to the title. Faith comes from listening to the Word of God. It is, in fact, that we think of the Holy Scripture of the Bible, but according to the theology of the New Testament, the Word of God is Jesus Christ himself. He is the eternal Word of God that comes to us, and with essential consequences. The Holy Scriptures witnesses and testifies this event of Christ. And this has important consequences again. So at the beginning, there is not a scripture. There is not a teaching system. At the very beginning, there's not a system of morale, but a person that is alive, Jesus from Nazareth, with his history, with his life, with his actions. And I think this is really important, and I would wish for including that. It is difficult, but for underlining this dimension in the text. Second aspect, with regard to the magisterium and the tasks of you have to come to an end. So with regard to the magisterium, I would like to underline that the expressions that I cannot quote anymore due to time, I would like to underline it. It is an important direction, gives an important direction for the other drafts and texts. And we have to ask, if these are the texts of the magisterium, we have to ask what tools the magisterium needs in order to fulfill those tasks. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bishop Fürst. Bishop Overbeck will have 30 seconds less. Franz Josef, the floor is yours. Brothers and sisters, I will abide by that rule. Thank you for that text. It helps us to make sure that the basic text of the fora can be shortened. That's important in order to make them more readable. And so once this text is voted on, it is important that also the other texts, basic texts, will be edited. It's interesting, especially with regard to the development of the teaching, with regard to the discernment of the Spirit, when it comes to tradition, magisterium, and scriptures, and also the sense of the faithful. It is important. But also at the same time, Pope Francis underlines the spiritual principle of the discernment. And this is very important. And the third aspect, I'm convinced that it's helpful that as bishops and as a people of God together, brothers and sisters, we ask ourselves, are there questions that we decide on and where it is about discerning in a way that we will not all have the same opinions? 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Bishop Overbeck, and Ms. Mock is next. Thank you. Together with Helmut Dieser, I'm in charge of the Forum on Sexuality and Partnership, and in this function I would like to kindly thank you for this text. It has been very important for our work on the Forum, especially in this area of tension, dealing with different situations of knowledge that we have. In the last paragraph, it says, and I would like to point it out again, that it may be possible that we have different positions. And similar to what Bishop Overbeck just said, I believe that this might be our major challenge, and this is why I firmly support the proposed amendment number 5, that we, after a phase of dialogue, need to come to a conclusion, and maybe we can gain some more impetus within this discussion. Thank you, Ms. Mock. And Sister Philippa Rath is next, please. Good evening. I am here as a member of the group of the Conference of German Superiors. And I would like to get back to a point Professor Stüding mentioned. A communication strategy was a buzzword. I appreciate well-founded texts, and I am grateful that we have good theologians that have written such texts. However, I also have in mind that not only church people and theologians will read those texts, but the normal, average, good Catholic might want to read and understand these texts. And this is why I want to suggest once again that with regard to the basic text and the orientation text, a short version will be drafted from out of one hand, so by one person, and that can be digested by non-experts. I think we do have experts that can write very well. So, yeah, I think this might be a successful way to proceed, and it might protect us against misinterpretations or unilateral quotes or whatever. So I think it could be helpful to all of us and could be helpful to the Catholic world in general. Thank you. Thank you. Bishop Jung has the floor. Thank you. I find this text very important, and I was glad to see this text. That's the first thing I wanted to mention. Second aspect is I have asked myself the question, what is the signs of the times, or what is the sense of faith of the faithful? If that could be described better, I think that might be really helpful and could strengthen the text in its argumentative power. A third thing, I have asked myself whether it might make sense to draft another text on the topic of abuse, so that it does not need to be repeated all the time. So there might be an individual text on abuse, on the topic of abuse. Thank you. This has been raised before to have a strong text about abuse instead of mentioning it time and again in all texts. So this might be something to bear in mind. Father Klaus Leist is next now. My name is Klaus Leist. I am a priest in a small city in the Diocese of Trier. And this text is really a great theological piece of work, and I am very grateful. I I have studied theology myself, and it was a great pleasure for me to read this text and to think about it. However, I would tie in with Sister Philippa just said. It is something that goes on in my mind as well. What do we want to, whom do we want to reach with these texts that we are going to publish? Whom do we want to understand these texts? With the councils in my parish, at the end of the synodal path, I would like to talk about these texts with them and to present them to the people in the parish so that they can talk about it and think about it. And this language is really characterized by theological concepts, and it is certainly not understandable or comprehensible for many people. So this is why I would like to suggest to double-check this text, or maybe, as Sister Philippa suggested, to present it in a shortened or simplified version so that many people can benefit from this work that has been done. I thank you. The topic of language is certainly a topic which is dear to me as a journalist. However, the theological excellency, which is often requested, this level should also be kept. And to find a balance between this level of theological excellency and something that is comprehensible at the parish level, I hope that we will be able to reach this equilibrium. Next speaker. I also think it is a great text. Thank you for your introductory words, Professor Betzing. And you've pointed out the loci theologici, the theological places, or the places of theology. And with regard to the whole synodal path, the criticism is often raised that the Bible is sort of devaluated if other sources of church orientation will be put at its side. And I think theology may help us because the doctrine of loci theologici stems from Melchior Cano, so it's very, very old, and he speaks of loci theologici proprii, and I hope this is understandable to non-theologians as well. Places where it is very clear that they are places of theologici, and loci theologici debut alieni, where this theological meaning is attached from the outside. And this is the way people perceive very often history and also the MHD study. And I think that orientation text helps us in this regard. It says that it is not so simply. They are not the places of theology on the one hand and other places on the other hand. And in this case, history, in the form of the MHD study, may serve with regard to these places of theology, because it is where the authority of faith is being measured. And this is something that I think needs to be pointed out and emphasized in these texts, because it's a great thing. And it was a good example of an explanation of loci theologici for people who do not understand the Latin. Bishop Ole Holzer, we do need an understanding, a joint understanding with regard to the question of what kind of theological argument can be validated by us. We have a doctrine of principles set up by the Revelation Constitution, by the Second Vatican Council, with the determination of Christ as the peak of the whole revelation process. What has been raised before is certainly an aspect that matters, but in my opinion, if I read here number 11, that scripture and traditions are sources of revelations, I think this is falling behind the Second Vatican Council. Loci theologici by Melchior Cano are known to me. However, this is about a certain formulations or wordings that equate them or ordinate them to other things. And another aspect, if the MHG studies was analyzed in a critical manner as the Holy Scriptures being assessed here, then we would be far more credible and far more ahead. Okay, last speaker on our list for tonight, Nadine Mersch. Thank you. I would like to build on what others have said. No, well, first of all, thank you for the text. I think it's a great text, a very important text, an important completion of the preamble and the other basic tests, raising clearly that we have a responsibility and that we are not helpless in our times, but that we have the authority to participate in the shaping of today's church and to make this visible to the outside. And with regard to Dorothea Sattler, Ms. Eckstein and others, I think you have raised some controversial points that can be found in the comments as well. I think the way we are passing over it is fine in the context of today's procedure, but I think, well, you know, how do we deal with these controversies? To refer them back to the Synodal Committee is certainly a good idea. However, we want to reach our aim together, and I would like to strengthen an instrument or a tool that might be very important in this context, and an instrument we used or we agreed upon in the first Synodal Assembly. I'm speaking about the instrument of hearings. That can be very helpful because all people are involved. We are all bearers of the revelation, theologians and non-theologians alike. And I think it would be important to have such hearings with regard to the orientation text. That would be great. Maybe something in the time until the resolution or the final resolution. And you said, well, it will, this text will only be decided upon at the very end of the synodal path. Just to make it clear, I think the idea is to, well, the preamble text will be decided last and the orientation text quite early. But of course, nothing stands against this idea of having hearings before. For two forums, we've had this experience before, so this might be a good step towards the aim. I would like to give the floor to Auxiliary Bishop Theising for our next vote. Yes, we have kept within our schedule quite well. Thank you for your discipline again. So we have 7 proposed amendments, and I will simply read it out, and then we will have a vote again. Okay. Number 1, the Motions Committee recommends that the title of the orientation text be checked to ensure that it is appropriate. So we can use our device again. The voting procedure is open. And we are close to the number of votes we'd like to have. Voting procedure is closed for our first point. So it is a very clear result, 165 votes yes, 20 no, 11 abstentions, and 196 votes cast altogether. So adopted. Second proposed amendment. Okay. There's another motion pertaining to... No, it's not a real motion pertaining to the rules of procedure, but the internet doesn't work anymore, and if the motion texts are shown here on the screen, it would be great to find a solution because the font is not easy to read to everybody here on the big screen, so it would be great to be able to read it on our own computers. And maybe also the font on the monitors here or on the displays can be increased. I cannot tell you whether this, oh yes, okay, apparently this problem has been solved. Okay, a second proposed amendment. The Motions Committee recommends that the differentiation between the preamble text and the orientation text be retained and that the theological level of the orientation text be maintained, but that the text be checked again for comprehensibility. So the vote is open. Okay, we come to an end. Very clear result, 182 votes yes, 4 noes, 9 abstentions, and 195 votes cast altogether. Very clear result. Thank you. And the third. The Motion Committee recommends addressing that all suggestions for improved wording, additions or deletions, as long as they do not contain any changes that would do change to the Synodal Committee with a request that they be examined or checked again. The vote is open. Okay. Procedure is closed. Again, a clear majority, 178 yes votes, 7 no votes, 10 abstentions. A clear vote. Okay. Proposed amendment number 4. The Motions Committee recommends addressing recommends that the text be checked regarding stringency, redundancy, and whether it fits with the basic text of the 4 forums. Okay, we can present the results. A clear result again, 181 yes votes, 4 no votes, 10 abstentions. So this amendment or recommendation has been adopted. Okay, I'll continue with point number 5. Which is about a dialogue, that dialogues must lead to decisions and to actions. And this is the recommendation of the Motions Committee to address this. You may vote now. We are approaching the end of the vote. Okay, 196 votes cast. (158 yes votes, 19 no votes, and 19 abstentions in this case. This adds up to 196.
zum Änderungsantrag Nummer 6, dem vorletzten.
Okay, number 6, the second last.
The
Motions Committee recommends that the task of the bishops in the synodal process be described more succinctly and precisely.
So, die Abstimmung läuft.
The vote is open.
Zwei, drei fehlen noch und dann können
Two
wir
or
jetzt
three
die
more
Abstimmung
votes missing, apparently.
schließen.
Okay, we can close it now.
Ja,
165 yes votes, 40 no votes, 15 abstentions.
Jetzt kommen wir zum letzten
And this brings us to our last proposed amendment for this text.
Da geht es darum, für die
So, with the further development of the orientation text, the communication strategy is to be developed to convey the contents of the orientation text to the public. That's the recommendation by the Motions Committee. So everything around hearings, use of language, everything that deals with communicating this text on different platforms. Please vote. Then it won't be long until you can get to dinner. Okay, a motion pertaining to the rules of procedure, Mr. Tiefensee. After this vote, it would be a good idea to check where these 20 votes that are missing all the time, where they go. I have the suspicion that something is wrong with this technology. Okay, that's a good point. We will have to check this. Okay, 198 now. Let's look at the result. 177 yes votes, so in favor of a communication strategy, 11 no votes and 10 abstentions. And now this brings us to our last vote for today, the general vote on the text. And once again, let me remind you whether this text can serve as a basis for further development, whether you adopted it as such. Okay, we can vote now. Do you approve of this text as a Synodal Assembly and recommend to the Synodal Committee to continue to develop it based on the motions we have just voted on? 92, 96, 97. Would be great to get to 200 at least. I think we won't manage tonight. Okay, let's close the vote. 198. Great. Well, I imagine that some people might forget to push the OK button, and this is the reason why we have like 20 votes too few. So green button, yellow button, red button, and then OK. So 173 are in favor of the text. Out of 199 votes cast, 21 votes against and 5 abstentions, so a clear majority in favor of the Synodal Committee. On behalf of the Presidium Synodal Committee, I would like to thank the group of authors that has immensely supported us. I would like to thank the Motions Committees and the facilitators. What Ms. Mersch suggested, I think, is really important in order to get into the controversies again and to have a discussion within the Synod members. So to maybe use the instrument of hearings, it has proven itself in the cases where this instrument was used, and I think it might be worth it to strengthen this tool for the second reading. This is an idea I would like to give you on your way. Okay, thanks for being so patient. We now have the opportunity to have another spiritual moment together. Please don't forget your small name tags. Take them with you to dinner. You will need them. Again, you will now settle on your chair for dinner until, or all meals until lunch break. Have interesting discussions, and there will be breakfast served at 8 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Wir laden ein zu einem kurzen Innehalten, vielleicht so etwas auch wie ein Tischgebet.
We would like to invite you to say a prayer before eating, and an evening prayer. I would like to give you a couple of technicalities. The Synodal
Sie stand in der Sonne, und wenn die Sonne da
the
ist,
Synodal
genauso wie mit der
candle
Liebe Gottes,
is not
kann das sein, dass was
bent,
in Bewegung
it was
gerät.
exposed to the sun, and this is why it looks the way it is. So it is bent a little. Maybe it's a good sign. I don't know. I don't want to over-interpret that. So now we would like to read from the Gospel, today's Gospel again, 3 minutes of piano music, and then we will repeat the Lord's Prayer and start into our evening.
Jesus sagt ihnen, heilt die Kranken, die dort sind,
heal
und
those who are
sagt ihnen,
sick, and say
das
them,
Reich Gottes ist euch nahe.
the kingdom of God has come near to you.
Kümmert euch um die,
Take
denen es
care
schlecht
of
geht,
those who feel bad,
wo immer sie sind.
wherever they are.
Das Reich Gottes
The kingdom of God
gab es heute eine
existed.
Situation,
The kingdom of God. Well,
in der ich eine Ahnung davon bekam,
did I find myself today in a situation where
weil ich
I
den Eindruck hatte,
got an idea
ja, auf diesem Weg bin ich, sind wir,
of the journey that we
oder
are
wo
on
ich Sorge
together?
hatte,
A moment where I was concerned
dass wir nicht in dieser Richtung unterwegs sind.
that we are not on the right track.
Das Reich Gottes, das
the
Wirklichkeit
kingdom of
ist und
God that
werden will.
is
Durch
a
unser
reality and wants to
Tun,
become a
durch unsere
reality
Wege,
by
durch
our
unser
journey, by
Vertrauen und
our
unsere
actions,
Sehnsucht
by
danach.
our longing and
Vater
our
unser, erbitten
trust.
wir das Kommen des Reiches Gottes.
In the prayer,
das ganz
Our
oft,
Father,
indem wir
we
auf die
ask for the
Füße
coming
kommen,
of the
uns
kingdom
hinstellen. Und ich möchte
of
jetzt
God.
an dieser Stelle
And I would
darum
like to
bitten, dass
ask
wir das auch
everybody
tun,
to
dass wir aufrecht
stand up straight,
und vielleicht auch mit der Bereitschaft zu gehen,
with the willingness
gleich
also
dieses Gebet Jesu
to
miteinander
go
sprechen.
and to speak this prayer together.
Vater unser im Himmel, geheiligt werde dein Name, dein Reich komme, dein Wille geschehe, wie im Himmel, so auf Erden. Unser tägliches Brot gib uns heute und vergib uns unsere Schuld, wie auch wir vergeben unseren Schuldigern. Und führe uns nicht in Versuchung, sondern erlöse uns von dem Bösen. Denn dein ist das Reich und die Kraft und die Herrlichkeit in Ewigkeit. Amen. Und so segne du uns an diesem Abend und in dieser Nacht. Segne uns in den Gesprächen und Begegnungen des Abends, in der Ruhe der Nacht. Segne alle, an die wir gedacht haben, auch für die wir gestritten haben heute. Segne du uns und unsere Welt.
Bless
Im Namen
us
des Vaters und
and
des
our
Sohnes
world.
und des Heiligen Geistes. Amen. Ich wünsche allen einen gesegneten Abend und dann
Have a
eine
nice
gute Nacht.
evening and sleep well. Have a restful night.